Alright, you guys ready? I can't contain myself. We gotta get into this. Welcome back to Silver Dollar City, the Planet Coaster 2 recreation. We've been on a grind with this lately. Been absolutely going bananas. And we're about to finish Phase 3. And my hopes is to finish Phase 3 today. I almost pushed through to try and finish it yesterday, but we're back. And we are back. And we're here with the Steel Vengeance to get everything done. That was forced. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get back in here, and I'm super pumped and excited. We're gonna get lumber camp done. We're gonna get Lake Silver trading, finish up the saloon, and do fire in the hole, and maybe some touch-ups here and there because we still don't have to feel like we have to do like this. Little planter area and this little walkway here as well. And yeah, that'll be Phase 3. Phase 3 will be done at that point. And obviously this building I need to add some stuff in here as well and just kind of touch up a few things here and there. Nothing too crazy. Nothing that would take like a crazy long time or anything. So yeah, here we go. Let's get into it pretty quickly, honestly. And we're going to start off with the lumber camp. Lumber camp. All right, let's get. I'm gonna get up our floor plan here. See about where we're sitting at. It's so hard to kind of see some of the stuff, like the smaller details and such are like impossible to see really. So we've got to keep that in mind. But oh yeah, we got to do the waterfall as well. Can't forget about the waterfall. Steel Vengeance mentions. I haven't been on Steel Vengeance since it opened in 2018. That was the last time I went to Cedar Point, was for Steel Vengeance's opening. I have not been back since. Which is a little bit sad, but it's alright. So, we're going to get our reference up for lumber camp here. Let's get it on up. We need the front view, which I think I took at the beginning. Yes. Kind of this. We need to get the stands, the order stands in, basically. Which shouldn't be too hard. They're just very simple little booths. And then we got to get all the invisible path in and the mulch and figure out how we're going to do that. But anyways, we're gonna sink that back under. I don't think we really need it right now. We're just gonna create 2 booths here. And I think we'll start with the roof. I don't know if we can use a regular roof. We're gonna try. Might be too big though. Yeah, these are probably going to be a little bit too big. I probably could make it work, like it wouldn't be a big deal, but I don't know, maybe they're not too big. Those roofs do cover up a lot of ground, so maybe we do roll with this. Alright, we're going to do the first one kind of angled in right here. And then we're going to go into here and find our, we're just going to use the pole. And it doesn't have to be wood, but we can imagine that it's wooden. You know what I'm saying? Go a little bit darker so it's not a perfectly white color like that. So we'll get the support structure kind of going for this little booth. There's not much to it, so it shouldn't be too hard to replicate. From here. same thing with back here. Just gonna have the supports. And we'll also put some coming across like this on the roof. As those extra supports. Very nice. I think I got this in as its own scenery group. That's the important part. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. I start training at Powder Keg tomorrow. Very excited about that. That's going to be fun. Exciting stuff, exciting stuff. It's not all that exciting, but it's more exciting once we actually get to do stuff. Like the real stuff. I could put some booths in here. I mean, we already got a restaurant here, but I could put like other stuff in here, potentially. Make it look like they're ordering from here. That could be a thing we could do here. That is not straight. It happens. We used that as the reference, so it didn't really straighten out the best. That's okay. Alright, let's get this guy not there. Didn't mean to place that down. But we're gonna get Lumber Camp finished up today, and hopefully the waterfall. Finish up the saloon, etc. Let's see if we can maybe just copy some of the stuff to certain places to make it simple for us. Alright, we're gonna place this path in here. Let's put it on. Let's do ground. I like to do ground a lot. And that was good, except we didn't do the right texture, of course. I always forget to copy the existing texture sometimes. There we go. And then we're going to get into facilities here and create custom. And we're just going to put another stall in here. Honestly, I think it'll be fine to just do a chief beef because that would be the best option for this stand. Just connect that together, and then we're gonna take the chief beef. We shall move it to here, this counter, like so, and then I'm going to take the building and we're going to shrink it down until the counter is even with that. Yeah. Yeah, there's not too much to these. Finish phase 3. We're working on it. That's the plan. That is the master plan here. So we got to finish up lumber camp. That is our goal at the moment. We're going to take this building and we're just going to copy it over to this side. Because there are 2 booths here for ordering. Sometimes they're both open on busier days, and then sometimes they're not. There's only one sometimes. So. Put another Chief Beef stand in here. Maybe we should do Gulpy Soda for one of them. Maybe that's actually the move. Give us a little bit of variety here. One can be drinks, one can be Chief Beef. Because that would make, I think, the most sense here. So, alright, let's edit some of our pathing here for this. A little smoothed out. I know there's sometimes some like stuff down here, like a queuing area, but alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the terrain, we're gonna paint all of this color to represent the mulch that's in here. And then we're gonna have to do some invisible pathing and put some benches around here. We also need to put a stand in kettle chips. I'm not sure what's going to be the best option for that, though. You know? Alright, we need to connect the path here. Well, we don't necessarily have to, but I'm going to. Because technically you can walk through here, and this would be the best way if we're making this a legit restaurant. We need to make sure they have access to both. Let's try conforming here, see if we can get this to connect. I don't want it to affect that. Okay, I think that's connected. At least it appears to be, so. We'll guess actually walk through there. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. I think that's just a visual glitch. Trying to get rid of it. There we go. That did it. Alright. Alright, that's looking pretty solid. I'm fine with that. So now we've got to go into Stamp Builder, and we're going to do Merge Off. We're going to go to Invisible Paths. I am going to turn the curbs off on at first, just so I can see where the paths are. We can get rid of them afterwards, but I do want to be able to see where we're at here. So we can do Natural Path, Sandy Path, or Invisible. We're just going to stick with Invisible. I think. But I am, again, going to keep the curves on for now, just so I can see visually where the paths are sitting at. I think that's smart for right now. Just allows me to get that visual of where it's at. I actually think there's a mini path that goes in between there, so I'm gonna actually delete those ones. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do like a completely different path that would not go here, and that makes it easy for me to figure out where I'm at here. And then we'll go over it with the invisible path. I think that's gonna be our move here. Alright, move this over. Oh, I have a part of stuff over there, apparently. I'll move it over just slightly so we can fit a skinny path right there. But are you guys excited for me to potentially get this finished today? I'm excited. Alright, so this is not merging, so we should be able to leave the original path there and basically just cover it up. Like just kind of do this number. So like it doesn't go over the original path. That's how we want it, and this is going to be all natural. So we're going to make this the mulch area. Can't wait to play it once it's updated. Yeah, make sure I do not forget. So if we get to that point today, make sure I remember to upload it to the workshop so you guys can go check it out for yourself. Make sure you don't let me forget about that. Make sure, hold me accountable, and make sure I don't mess that up. Did I get any other pictures of Lumber Camp here? The good thing is, actually, we can go into Street View. Street View should have a good visuals of it. So we're gonna go into Street View and go to Silver Dollar City. I don't think I'll forget to upload it, but if I do, just remind me. Because I know you guys are probably excited to go look at it for yourselves a little bit closer. Alright, let's see where we're at here. Alright, this... Thankfully we got some good street views for Lumber Camp here. And I can get a good visual of how far out this goes. And it basically goes a little bit past this planter, I think. So we can go roughly around right here. And probably should place a little bit of that other path right here as well, which can be connected to this. That would be fine. But there's also this fence that is going to go around it as well that we have to keep in mind. So what I'm going to do is copy this texture, and then this one we're going to go from here. Let me turn off that. And then basically I'm going to have this little mini path cut through here. And this is kind of like that back path that kind of leads you over to towards Powder Keg. You can kind of take a little back path to it. This is what that's going to be. So we need to go in here and make this path skinnier. Because it is a little bit of a skinnier path. We're gonna copy this texture again. We'll make sure merge is turned off. It is. And we're just going to connect this all together, fill all this in with this path. Since we have this path here, it will just that gap there. Alright, copy texture, we'll copy that. And then this one I will have merge on because I want this one to be dominant. These paths can connect right there. And then this will be our eating area for Lumber Camp. Brilliant. Alright, let's go ahead and get our tables in. After we get the tables in, I think we can switch this to the natural path. I just needed the visual so I know where the path is. I could switch it over now, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're gonna use the Viking one. I think that fits Lumber Camp the best, even though I don't think it uses tables like these. However, I think this will be our best bet. Tables are kind of like everywhere here. They're not like any rhyme or reason of how they're set up. They're just kind of out there. And I think they arrange them differently all the time, so. I'm just gonna, I think that looks good right there. So now we're gonna go back into our paths and we're going to select invisible. We're gonna turn off curves, we're gonna have everything off, and then we're just going to do these. Paint these, and then we'll just have to do our terrain paint where we want it to go. All right. Go into terrain. Get this all painted. Again, I don't think I did Lumber Camp in the Planet Coaster 1 version recreation, so this is kind of cool. Now, this does kind of go back in over here, so there's like some mulch kind of over here that we're just gonna go in and really just kind of creative with it. Thankfully, we have no weird diagonal stuff, but it's probably going to switch on me whenever it's most inconvenient. That's usually what it likes to do. Alright, and then there is a spot where there's kind of like a little opening right here, so we're going to have that there. It just has like an open spot here. And then it kind of stays against the path pretty well here. For the most part. This is so exciting, like, just seeing, like, Lumber Camp come to life here. Everything else start to come together, you know? Very exciting. I hope you guys are excited, again, just as excited as I am. Like I said, depending on time and where we're at, I'm not opposed to starting on Phase 4 today. Like, getting the American Plunge started. I'll stream for like, as long as nothing pops up, I'll stream for like 8 hours today. I don't care. But I know I'm gonna have to make dinner at some point, so maybe I'll make a little pause. Or a little break in between or something. Alright, this goes all the way to this path, I'm pretty sure. Don't know if there is a opening over here. Let's see if we can see from here. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to see it. Maybe. I don't think there's an opening over here, is there? If there is, it's easy enough to fix. Now we'll just close it up and get over here. Yeah, that's lumber camp right there. Alright, now we do need to put some stuff in here, like some trees, some crates, and a few other things like that, so put in those beautiful decorations. Put in some of those beautiful trees. That's a little bit too big. Let's turn off align to surface. Kind of looking for something a little more scanny. Okay, something like this. Yeah, there's a lot of trees just kind of hanging around lumber camp. Very natural. Got that very natural kind of feel to it. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. Yeah. There's like a little wagon thing here, and this is like perfect for it, so. Actually, the colors are pretty accurate too, not gonna lie. There's like a little wagon right here, so. I'll place that in there. That should cover that. And woo! Let's go. That's pretty hype. Pretty darn hype right there. Oops. Copy. The copy. It's not doing the lines here. So I don't really know what causes that glitch where those lines show up. Ah, it's so exciting. shop may be best. It's not a really good option for what? Am I gonna do another recreation after Silver Dollar City? We'll just see where I'm at. I'm just playing it by day, you know, like I just don't really have a... I haven't thought that far into the future because this is still gonna take me who knows how long to complete, because we're not even like probably not even a quarter of the way done, so like it's gonna take some time to get going, to get finished. But I think a lot of the stuff I'm knocking out right now is some of the most intensive stuff, like like there's just so many buildings in this area that I've been doing. So have I ever been to lumber camp? I don't know if you have, unless you went there without us. I don't think we ever went to lumber camp. It's a pretty good spot. I like some of the burgers there. Like they got a wildfire burger, which is really cool. They have like a buzzsaw. It was named after Buzzsaw Falls. I remember that. Alright, so what would be the best for kettle chips? There's not really like a good option here, so I might just throw whatever in here and just call it good. We need more food stands. That's one thing in Planet Coaster 2 that I'm just like, I'm begging for right now. We need more shop brands. We don't have much. Compared to Planet Coaster 1, like, it's not even close. Planet Coaster 1 is by far superior when it comes to shop brands. That's the thing, you know? Vegan for kettle chips? Yeah, we could probably put, like, 2 stands here, honestly. What I'm thinking. I have enough for, like, two stands here. We can just put a vegan in there. I feel like that one will be fine, and then maybe like a drink stand. And maybe like a drink stand will be fine. The best of both worlds here. Maybe a gulpy soda. Or a Soda Lightful. Soda Lightful might be nice, because if we're going to put a vegan stand there, Soda Lightful would be a good option. I think Soda Lightful is like the healthier choice for that stuff. Whatever it is. I know I'm being a little bit lazy and not doing like the interiors of this, but like I said, we might come back and detail the inside of stuff a little bit more later on. But for now, we're not gonna do too much. We're just gonna do kind of like a little bit of the bare minimum for these, and then whenever I get the time, I'm gonna come back and we're gonna do a bit of the interior work, because I'm not good at this stuff. Actually, something we could use is blueprints. There are some good blueprints that could actually work for this spot, and we might actually test it right here on kettle chips, to be honest. I actually think I might do that. Let's take a look here. Blueprints. I think there is like a set of stuff like that has like kitchen stuff, but it's not called kitchen items. We're just gonna have to scroll through and find it. I think I don't know what it's called. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to it though. Pretty sure I got it downloaded, and it has like just a bunch of like kitchen stuff. Realistic items, maybe? Or is that like fencing and such? No, not that one. But that is a good one. Good little set of stuff there. That is a good one. I'd say vegan is the burritos, which is like Mexican, and Mexican is like, yeah, we don't have like, oh, man, we need more shop brands. We need more shop brands. Like, come on, Frontier. Like, Planet Coaster 2 is so good, but like it still lacks in some of these random spots like that. Then one of those random spots is just like shop brands, and with each update they haven't been adding any. I'll be back in just a few seconds. I gotta go grab some. Alright, I'm back. Alright, now, let's see. I can't find it. I thought I had it, but I can't find it. Try the vanilla Fanta in the park. I think it's the Smokehouse. I'm not sure if I've tried it, actually. I don't go to the Smokehouse very often because it's just so expensive. Even with my discount, it's pretty expensive. So I don't usually eat there too often. Once in a while I do. If I get like a meal cards, we have like meal cards that we get as employees once in a while if we do a good job or do something good. Sometimes we'll get, here it is, the food equipment. That's what it's called. It's got all these sorts of things. Like this is beautiful. Now the soda machine here is actually like right here, and it's like covered up by like a themed piece, which I might try and do. So we're gonna do that right there. What else? We got like hot dogs, popcorn. This is like a, yeah, this is like ice freezer. I'm just gonna put some of the stuff in here to populate it, even if it's not like things that are actually in the store. Like I just want to populate it in here a little bit. These are really nice blueprints. I like these a lot. And that just makes it look a little bit better overall. Like, it just looks nicer. Not necessarily popcorn in here, but like, again, just putting like different machines and such in here, I think will at least make it look nicer. Wrong button. Push backspace. Yeah, I really like these machines. These machines look great. Actually, before we delete this one, we're gonna put it over here. Kind of embroidered here, because this is where the fountain machine is. For this particular one. Perfect. Alright. Show us the roller coasters you made so far. I haven't made any. But we're about to get some. I can show you what I've worked on a little bit, but like so far I just kind of have the station sitting there until we get to them. So if you're kind of new to how we've been building this, I'm not jumping around. We have done Fire in the Holes layout, I guess. So we got Fire in the Holes layout in here. Kind of going through, which has onboard audio. We have the actual audio in there, and I started the reason why this is more complete is because I started on it before I did the actual full recreation. So I placed what I had done in here, which wasn't much, and then I decided to commit on building the entire park. We have the time traveler trains in here, which are I've already done like a majority of the custom trains. But I haven't done like really any of the layouts yet because we're going a section at a time. The first coaster we're going to hit, and we might even get to it today, is Wildfire. But I'm finishing up Hill Street right now, which is this area right here. Once we get that finished up, we're going to move into American Plunge and Wildfire. And then after that, we're going to do Powder Keg. So we got Powder Keg. It's got to reload here. Got the custom trains for Powder Keg. And this is all just test stuff. Like, I've been testing all this before I get into powder kegs, so this is just like of how I'm gonna do the transfer track, like how I'm gonna make it functional. It's kind of like a big test. But once we get into that actual area, we'll work on it more. Hey, Braxton and Maddox, what's up? I think I've seen your guys' channel. How you guys doing? But I can't wait to do Wildfire. Hopefully we'll get in a little bit of that today. But I need to get some stuff done. All right, and then the last part over here is Outlaw Run, which I think I did a pretty good job on these custom trains. They look pretty solid. Even got the Silver Dollar City stuff right there. And then, yeah, Fire in the Hole. We even got the queue. Again, I don't know if that's copyrighted, so I don't want to be too far into that. The audio does get off if you're not on it, so if you zoom in and...
You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn!
Yeah, there's a little bit of glitch with custom music if you're... It works if you start from the station and go all the way through, but... It's pretty cool. I'm excited for all of that. We even got the end video that plays the celebration. But we got the cue music for that. We're going to have custom audio through the entire park. It's going to be awesome. And it's going to resemble everything very good. How do you think the new Fire in the Hole compares to the old one? I think it's an improvement. It's basically the same thing but upgraded. Like, they literally just... It's the same layout, and I think it tells the story a little bit more clear than the last one. The last one is just like, oh, there's bald numbers around, and you're going through, and then there's a train, and they're like, no, with the onboard audio, I feel like it kind of helps tell that story a little bit better. So I love the onboard audio and music that plays with it. It's amazing. I'm a big fan of the new one, but I know a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for the old one, and I can understand why people would like the old one better. So, like... But the new one is very well done. I think they did a great job replicating that and modernizing it, but not too much, to where it still feels like the classic ride. I think they had a very perfect balance overall. So, but yeah, right now I'm building the park in phases. So that's kind of what we're doing. The entrance area was phase 1. And then the square was phase 2. We're currently on phase 3, which is Hill Street. We're almost done with it. I'm hoping to finish Hill Street today. And then phase 4 is going to be American Plunge and Wildfire. Phase 5 is going to be Powder Keg and the Opera House. And then phase 6, we're going to head into like River Blast, Crossroads Pizza. Phase 7 will be Barn Swing and Outlaw Run, whole Wilson's Farm area. And so on and so forth until we make it all the way around. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We've been working hard on Lumber Camp, and I think we got it in a good spot right here. Even got the little powder keg sign that's looking really spicy, looking good. I'm really happy with how it's turning out thus far. Yeah, let's get some of these open. Let's actually connect some of the tables now. I forgot to do that. To make this restaurant functional, so all these can be connected to that as a restaurant. There we go. That's only 12. We can maybe add some in the back if it can reach, because we'll have some tables out here too. And then we can go ahead and open this up. We'll go ahead and name this Lumber Camp. Open that up, and then I also put a couple of extra stalls here because these are the booths where you would technically order, but I want to make it look like there's some functionality to all of this, so overall. Alright, and we need to get some bins in, some trash bins, because otherwise people are going to litter everywhere. We don't want that, so we'll get some trash barrels up in here. Definitely get some trash barrels everywhere. I don't like it when people litter in my park. Great. Okay, do we need to do anything else for lumber camp here? I don't know. Let me go back into Google Maps. See what we got here, and then we could probably start on Lake Silver Trading Company. Potentially. Probably could add a few more crates around there, but that's alright. See if I can get a good view. There's also a walkway that leads up over here as well. There's another one over here. Another one. Good thing is we could probably copy over that railing if we do that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is we're going to create a suspended. We're going to continue this path. Over here, hopefully we can, yeah, snap it. And we're going to get it to go over here perfectly, actually. That's actually quite nice. And we're going to shrink this down. And I'm hoping we can reach this with some stairs. I don't know if it's going to be too steep. It probably will be. So far it is. Great. Angle snap on. That's going to be the best do right there. So let's just take this and move it back. It's okay if it has to be a little bit further back. That's fine. We're not gonna make a big deal out of that. We have a decent amount of room to work with here, so. Can go about right there. Epic sauce. And then we're gonna shrink this down if I can get a hold of the thing. Okay, come on. Why can't I do it? Here, go this way. And this way. There we go. It's not gonna let me do that, is it? It's gonna say too steep. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of that. We'll push it back even more. Pretty far back already, but can't make stairs very steep in this game. That's the problem with it. There's no option to make the stairs steep. Oh, that wasn't ground level. I thought it was. Alright, that gives us a little bit of wiggle room there, hopefully. And hopefully we can shrink it down now. Don't know why it wouldn't let us before. Really, like, what's too steep about that? I don't know. Alright, even this out a little bit because it's kind of weird. There we go. Alright, and then we can connect. To keep those connected? Not really. Basically, we can make all this path on the inside. I don't know what do you mean too steep? You're not even, you're literally just path. Maybe I was blending into the thing there, potentially. Alright, and we're just gonna build a upper deck pathway up here, because there actually is seating area up here that you can eat as well. We're gonna do kind of a dumbed down version of that. So it's gonna be here, but it's gonna be kind of hidden and not very prominent. Like, we'll put some seating up here, but we're not gonna make it very beautiful. We're not gonna, like, focus on the indoor side too much. I'm just gonna fill this all in. Okay, that looks pretty good. And we basically just got to do this, so. It is a good spot, too, yeah. Very quiet. Kind of a hidden spot. People don't really know that you can go up there and eat as well. But Wyatt's in here. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day thus far on this wonderful Sunday. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Just gonna do that. Push those all the way there. Turn angle snap on. I'm gonna do some copying and pasting here. Sometimes is the best way. Basically, we're gonna copy and paste all our stuff here that we did with this. And adjust it as needed. So if it doesn't perfectly fit it, we shall adjust it. I missed a beam. And this one's only gonna go to here, so delete some of these. Adjust them as needed. Place another beam here. Doing fine, that's good. Good to hear. There that it's like no. Alright, well, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine enough. It's fine. Everything's fine. How are you? Everything's fine here. We're fine. How are you? Forget that there's a walkway up here as well. So we gotta do this one also. I thought that was connected. I guess not. It doesn't want to do that. It says, no way, Jose. But it will do that, so that's fine. You know what we're gonna do. You already know that we're going to... Oh, I'm on pathing tool. Why isn't it selecting anything? You know we're going to copy and paste. Just like EA Sports. You know, you know. Alright, yeah, that's pretty much open, isn't it? We need the 1 HP. That color though. Ah. Wonder how Dollywood is going on the other end. Good question. I know Jake was working on his recreation, and he was creating like a custom Mystery Mine sign. The one that sits on the top of the whole building and everything. And it looks so good. He said it was a pain in the butt to build, but it looks so good. Oh my gosh, I had it, and then I accidentally clicked the wrong thing, and everything went to poop, and now I'm pooped. There, get some air flowing through there. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Again, I'm not going to do a crazy amount on the inside here. I don't think I should. At least I don't plan on doing a ton in here, but I do want to make it serviceable in here. Where it looks, you know, halfway decent. Basically, we're just gonna close this up so it looks okay in here. Again, I might come back and touch some of this stuff up later, after like the full things. When I consider it done, I might come back and touch some stuff up, like do more interior works and such like that. But we'll see. Make it to where that does not show through the top. Basically, I just want to put in some posts that, like they're supporting this top level. Just a little bit. And we're just going to put some benches up here. Some more benches. And one day we might open this up so you can actually see out that. Like I said, I might go in and overhaul some of the buildings at one point. Just someday. Alright, we're gonna select the restaurant now. And connect a few of the tables up here. We can connect 8 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, well, we'll just connect those 7. And they can all be connected now. And we'll patch that up. That's not what I wanted. Imagine if you get to fire in the hole at the same time Jacob starts on Blazing Fury. That'd be... cool. Or, you mean Jake? Named Jake. From State Farm. I think the manufacturer of SDC's new ride is either Gerstlauer or Vekoma. It's not a bad, guess. I know it. I know the manufacturer personally, but I'm not gonna say. So I will not tell you if you're right or wrong. I know if you're right or wrong, but like I'm not gonna tell you if you are. Sawyer says, it is Mach. Mach rides. That's also a really good guess, too. Really good, Alright, that looks a little bit better now. I wanted to make that look a bit better, so we did that. I want to make the look a little bit better also. Just to make all of that come together. And I'm also going to add one more detail on this roof. We're going to add a wood piece at the bottom here. It just adds a lot. Even though it's very simple, it adds a lot to it. Now, when you guys get into the park, after it opens, you're gonna start seeing stuff. I'd imagine we're gonna see a coaster track pretty soon. Not gonna lie. They were still doing footers, so when I was there the other day. And there's a lot new footers that's been placed since then, so lots of new footers. So the speculation's gonna really start revving up, and I imagine we'll get a announcement sometime in August. Is typically when Silver Dollar City likes to do their announcements. Alright, we got all these are kind of functional now, so that's pretty awesome. Ooh, Lumber Camp is almost pretty much done. Alright, and then this is the waterfall right here, which I got a good reference of. Teasers, I haven't seen any teasers be posted yet, but I'm sure they're going to start teasing it right away. Like, I haven't seen any teasers be posted on, like, any fences yet. That's usually stuff that they do at last second, though. It could be a few weeks before they start teasing it, also, so before we start getting some teasers around the park, or they'll put them on the fences near the area. Alright, I think I'm going to get my waterfall reference up here, and then we're going to do the back deck area. It shouldn't be too hard for Lumber Camp. One of my favorite areas to actually eat. Alright, get my reference of the waterfall up. I remember back when you could go back behind the waterfall. Those were the days, man. When do you think the new ride will open? Start of next season. So, in exactly a year. SDC always gets the rides open when the park opens. It will be a project for next season, though, for 2027. Alright, now we can see in the floor plan, we can see the waterfall pretty clearly right here. So, and you can see some of the construction going on. That is fast. They've been working on it since last year. It was under construction all of last season. So, it's been under construction for a hot minute. Alright, I kind of just want to mark where the waterfall is. I'm going to see if I can find a stone texture that is pretty similar. Marble, no. This one is recolorable. Maybe if we can get some grays in there. Has potential. Honestly, yeah, this is gonna be it right here. Sandstone wall. I'm gonna mark the outline of this. Basically just outline it. Scenery group. Outline it so that I know about how big to make it and everything. Thankfully we can see this in the floor plan pretty easily. Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of outline the base of it. Then we have to make the body of water at the bottom, and then we get to make a waterfall. Alright, I think this is like the main... This is gonna be like the main section, and then there's like a... that comes out a little further. Over like this. Kind of towering off to the side. And then after that, it's kind of like just a bunch of rock work or... that we could potentially implement. And then the top of the waterfall, one more piece that kind of outlines that. So that will kind of give me an idea where this sits before because we're going to be doing some terrain work, so get this bit out of the way. But that kind of tells me where the waterfall is going to be sitting. Yeah, Joe, our pump broke for that last season. It's a huge pump, too. So they got a new one. Nice! At least they got a new one. Fire in the Hole started to get built back in 2021, and it's been open 3 years. Yeah, they start clearing land 2 to 3 years before it even actually opens. To be honest, like, those land clearings start pretty early on. Gonna be a family coaster without thunderation, a huge lineup. I think you're in the right thought process there, for sure. Because if you get rid of thunderation, you know, what's the closest family coaster you have besides like Fire in the Hole, like a step up from Fire in the Hole? You know, what's after that? Yeah, Powder Keg. You know, like. Powder Keg is like a family thrill coaster, so I do consider Powder Keg more on the family side, but it's still on the thrill side too. It's kind of how I view it. Ooh, I got a good shot of this. Could put some water in here. I'm gonna lower this down just a bit. Yeah, it's the launch is pretty punchy, but after that, it's a very tame ride. And a lot of kids ride it. Like, it's got a low height requirement as well. You only have to be 42 inches to ride with an adult, so one of the lower height requirements. So I think that's a huge thing for it, huge draw for it. Doesn't want to select that one piece. Here it goes. Alright, and then we're gonna have that slide opening. This is where you used to be able to walk under the waterfall. Obviously cannot anymore. That's been a thing in the past for quite a long time now. Haven't been able to do that in a long time. I remember as a kid going underneath the waterfall, though. It was a nice, cool little feature that they used to allow. Now you cannot go under there anymore. Alright, this is going to be a little bit taller, probably around right here, I would say, is a good spot for it. We have another piece kind of going in here. We're going to make this look a lot more natural, too. We're going to have a lot of vines hanging off of it, stuff like that. Valley of the Coasters, yeah. Be going to see the acceleration. Like they did with Fire in the Hole. That about right there. Slide this over also. Yeah, that's looking pretty accurate, and then we'll have some rock work blend into it. Zeke, you know what? You are so right. There's not enough barrels. I've actually been neglecting the barrels quite a bit, I feel like. I think you're right on that. You're spot on. We need more barrels. It's unacceptable. Like, what am I even doing? Barrels. Go around. I'm gonna extend this to that. That is like so. we need to create everything that's right there. Put Shrek behind the waterfall. We're not doing that. Why are you on Silas's side? Why'd you join that? What's with the Shrek stuff, man? Why are you all obsessed with Shrek? You and Silas. The bigger rocks. There. Try and match the color a little bit. Basically, we're gonna make some rock words here that kind of blends in with the stone wall here. And it pretty much goes all the way up to the top as well. This is definitely going to turn out a lot better than my Planet Coaster 1 version, which definitely wasn't as good as this. It's a lot better looking. For sure. Definitely swap. Not a JLW game stream without Shrek? Yes, it is. It's very much a stream without him. What are you talking about? Get out of here with your Shrek shenanigans. But the cool thing is the train is going to actually connect to the top here with this. So, like, actually did kind of get this kind of almost perfect with how the terrain is going to blend in up here. The terrain is kind of up here like this, so maybe a little lower, but I think we did do a pretty good job with that. You want to make this all those. We're going to connect all this terrain here. Completely fill that up. We are going to have to start developing this hill over by Powder Keg because this is going to go down over here. The Theme Maker's took it back. So we missed a good Shrek and Donkey in the game. Yeah, Theme Maker's Toolkit was a pretty good game changer. Hopefully it'll find its way back, but they have given us a good amount of tools in Planet Coaster 2, at least to get by, but I definitely would love to see it come back. For sure. 100%. Alright, we're gonna try and form some of the terrain over here, so that way when we do get to the Powder Keg area, we're not fighting with this terrain as much. This hill is going to be pretty gnarly to get in here. And fit it in where Powder Keg's sitting too, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Silas! What's up, buddy? We're gonna have to push further this way. I'm gonna try and do a little bit early prepping of the terrain by Powder Keg, because this is all gonna be on a hill. And we gotta make it to where it's somewhat realistic. Lower this down a bit. Makes it a little bit more reasonable. Reasonable? Oh, I'm so excited we're getting close to some of these rides. Isn't that exciting? I'm so pumped. I want to get to the next phase so bad today. I'm not gonna do too much here, but I do want to, again, kind of prep this land up a little bit for when we get closer to Powder Keg. Phil's gonna lead us up there. We get to the Powder Keg entrance, because we are gonna build that sign, hopefully today, actually. That's kind of part of the Hill Street side of things. I'm not gonna go up into there, but I'm trying to get a little bit of this terrain prepped for it. And then all of this over here is a construction site. All by Powder Keg and Wildfire. Definitely make it look as close as I can to the construction site as I possibly can. We're gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot with Wildfire and Powder Keg, but we haven't got there yet, so we'll get to that terrain once we get there. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here. But yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of terrain work over in those areas too. Wildfire has a 155-foot drop, and the lift hill is like 120 something, or somewhere along those lines. The terrain changes a lot around there. Same with Powder Keg. Like the drop is a lot bigger than the first hill. I actually had chocolate pudding last night. My wife made some. Pretty darn good. And it is good. Alright, here we go. Waterfall time. Already hear Powder Keg in the background. where we are. Waterfall top. I need the biggest one. Okay, this is middle, bottom. Right, so top 5, top 10. Right, so that's going to be our biggest option that we get. And we get waterfall middle. Looks like we only need to do one spot. Hey, that is strict. Let's go. Hey, look out! Blow! And then we have waterfall bottom. Well, you can change the size of these now. I actually did not know that. Alright, we're actually gonna get the water in here so I can see where the top of the water is gonna be. Probably what we should do. There we go. It's not looking too shabby right there. Oh yeah, you can hear Powder Keg a lot of spots in the park, that's for sure. For sure. Have to get rid of the water to some of these. Alright, back to the references. I got a good shot of here of this little area. So we're just gonna find, I think a wooden wall would probably just work fine. Wooden plank wall. Get a natural brown color. All we gotta do is put up the railings and the seating. Here. Electrician was supposed to get with Terry Singer to see if they had another copy of the Outlaw Run Q spiel, and the Powder Keg audio that's missing. I have the Q spiel. I have it on my PC. I actually have it. Yeah, Terry did the one for the queue. I do have the one for Outlaw, actually. Like, I kid you not, I have it. Let me see if I can find it. It's somewhere on my on my PC though. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. I would give it to maintenance. I had someone actually, I think you're talking about the same guy. I actually told him that I had it. I think I told him I did have it. Did I put it in here? Ride, animation music, blocks, background music. Aaron?
Welcome back, pioneers. You all just push up on that safe.
Okay, I should put it in this folder. That's where I need to put it. So when I find it, I need to put it in that folder, because that's where I have all my Outlaw Runs audio at. I need to figure out where I put it, though. Sort by type. But I got the Terry one, the Spiel one, and the Q line. I got that one from Audrey. She sent it to me through email. Alright, where's my audio files? Here's my audio files. Time Traveler background music. Mine Rush. Those are all the WAV files. Do I have any? Where's the MP3 files? Trying to look through my download files and see if I can find it. That's MP4, MP3. Here we go. I have a lot of MP3 files in here though, so it's gonna take me a minute. Can land. These are all. I don't know what it would be called. These are all Epidemic Sound, so I can go past those. Fire in the Hole. Audio, Fire in the Hole, Fire in the Hole. Silver Dollar City. Outlaw Run, Terry Sanders copy. Is this it? I think I found it.
Howdy, partner.
Yep, this is it.
You're about to experience a high-thrill wood coaster ride. Yeehaw! You'll climb a 100-foot lift,
I found
followed
it.
by a 162-foot drop with an angle of 81 degrees and speeds of 68 miles per hour. Then you'll go left on an outside bank turn, which puts your feet over above your head, followed by...
But yeah, Jake, if you guys want this file, let me know how to get it to you guys. I can email it to specifically someone, whoever needs it, because I have the file, so, and it's uncorrupted and everything, so. So if someone needs it, I will send it to them. I will send it. I'm actually going to copy this into my Outlaw Run audio, so I have an easier way to find it. There we go. Alright, so I got that file there where I can find it easily. But it's a really cool, fun audio, so, but yeah, I got that audio. I know, again, Audrey's the one that sent it to me, so she somehow has it as well, I think, so. If they're looking for it, they might get in contact with Audrey, too, because she might have it also. She's the one that sent it to me. So, or I can email it to somebody, if you give me an email, and just let them know that I have it and that I'll send it their way. And then that way we can get it back in the queue line. But yeah, if you can get that email to me, Jake, let them know and I will That way you can look for it, and I'll put the subject as Outlaw Q audio or something. But yeah, if you guys need that, I will definitely get it over to you guys. For sure. That way we can get it back on the ride. I think I talked to the guy that was needing it at the end of last year. I told him I had it. I don't know if it's the same guy. I didn't catch his name or anything, but... yeah, I will definitely get that to him. Whoever needs it. For sure. Yeah, it was the same guy, gotcha. Like, I did talk to him. I think I did talk to him about it slightly. But I had no information of, you know, how to contact him again, so... or how to get it to him. So, I never really had a way to get it to him properly. So, but yeah, if you have an email I can send it to, let me, as soon as you can, let me know. I will get it to whoever it needs to get to. Yeah, I got the MP3 file, so get that back in the queue line. And again, worst comes to worst, Audrey should also have it as well, because that's who I got it from. But I do plan on putting that into the queue line at on my recreation, which would be fun. So, alright, I'm gonna outline this in some rock textures. Yeah, I knew I had it on my PC somewhere, and I found it, so... I put it with the rest of the Outlaw audio, because I do have multiple pieces of Outlaw audio from the ride. I have the background music. The background music I have is a little bit corrupted, though. Most of it's fine, but towards the end of the soundtrack, it gets a little... it gets corrupted. I actually edited it a little bit and have it fade out instead of glitching out. I had it fade out. Like the last song or so is like kind of glitchy. So. Yes. It's looking so good. Now, I know I spent quite a bit of time on that, so... Unfortunately, but... That's alright. It's all worth it in the end. I got time. We got time. Alright, let me look at this railing, what it's looking like. I think we can make that just with our guys. Cool. I should see if there's a skunk on the workshop and see if we can get Pepe in there. Little Easter egg of Pepe the skunk. This is one of my favorite places to sit down, eat, all that fun stuff. I know I'm probably doing a little bit of inaccuracies here, but that's okay. Slightly different. I can tell. Do that, or I'm just pouring it back. Eh. There we go. Oh gosh, everything's going to poop. Not straight, so as soon as I do a long piece, it's not 100% correct. I kind of cheat, unless it does that. Come on. I freaking hate it so much when it does that. I hate that tool so much. It always messes up what I'm trying to do. It shucks. Just gotta deal with it. Thank you guys so much for being here, guys. We've been hanging on to like 20 plus viewers for most of the stream, so that's epic sauce. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for doing that. For being here, being a part of the stream, and watch us as we complete Hill Street. We've already been live for nearly 2 hours already, which is insane. I was sitting here so confident, like, yeah, we're gonna get all this done. And I'm gonna get start on phase 4 very quickly, and I'm just like, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna take our sweet time, and we haven't even completely finished this area yet. So, but the good thing is, all we have, the stuff we have left, Lumber Camp was the big one, right? And this waterfall section. The rest of it should be pretty easy sledding. You know, we gotta finish the saloon. Yeah, and that won't be too hard. I'm just trying to do some of this other stuff. Now, I didn't have to do this part, but I wanted to. Could have just, like, moved on and saved the waterfall for later. But that's okay. And I'm sure we'll be coming back over here to this area once the new ride is announced. Once all that does get announced, we're gonna have to go back there and probably start working on it. And I'll have a lot of excitement, so I'm sure I'm gonna go over there and work on it. Because by the time it gets announced, I'd imagine we'll have Wildfire and Powder Keg done. At that point, maybe. So. Alright, the backside of Lumber camp's looking a little bare, so I do kind of want to do something with that at some point. Alright, so we're gonna put some benches back over here. There are in real life. Put a few up here. Epic sauce. Epic, epic. Let's get some trash barrels in place as well. To ensure our guests don't trash up the place, I'll just place some of these here for now. I know it's a little lazy, but like I said, we'll probably enhance this later on. But that just adds a little bit. Just those, just putting in those windows helps a lot. So. Look at that waterfall. That's so good. It looks great. At least I think so. Turned out pretty solid. I'm gonna put a railing over here. Just real quick, close up this. So we're all square, we're all good. Nice. Epicness. Best place to take a nap? Oh yeah. I've actually taken a nap over there before. I'm not gonna lie. That's so cool. Alright. Let's get into... So, like, excited. Because we're getting close. We're getting so close to finishing up. Let's get... Since we've already started it, let's get the saloon going here, alright? Let's get it going. First, get some pathing in here. There is like a little queue line thing that goes on in here. Now, do I want to make the saloon... Question is, do I want to make the saloon functional in some capacity? I'm not sure how I would do that. I could put something in there, like... Probably should put, like, some... On the inside, I'm not going to do interior, but we could put, like, a shop inside or something, and guests will go into it. That is kind of an option. But let's start things off by getting the railing in here. And we're gonna kind of do the same bit here. We'll leave that spot open. Go about right here. And this railing's just gonna go to the end. Grab our plank here. Go down to the end there. And then put in our vertical segments, stuff here. So put about that many in there if it doesn't select the wrong thing. Then we have like the log queue that goes around. Have you built Time Traveler yet? Nah. So yes and no. I have recreated Time Traveler in a separate build, but I'm gonna have to redo it because now that I have, back then I didn't have a floor plan, I was just going off of memory. But we do have the trains. I did kind of steal a little bit from it. I have it on the workshop. My recreation is on the workshop, but I do have the trains designed already. So we do have the trains in here, which is pretty cool. So, and we do have a bit started, kind of. We did the, I really like how the catwalk and the gates turned out here. They look really good. We even have the little magnetic piece here that starts the rotation of the trains as they go out. So that's going to be really cool. It's going to turn out really, really good. We haven't built any rides yet. Overall, technically, I've placed down a lot of the stations and did some custom trains. So like if we go to Powder Keg here, ignore the visible track, but
Keep your hands, arms, and feet inside the train at all
since we don't have a transfer track, we're going to use that. Powder Keg's going to be very complex, but we got custom trains on it. This is all just testing. I haven't really officially started it, but we are going to get into it soon. Wildfire has the little custom logo with Silver Dollar City. Is it true you started this building around 10 years ago? I started... No. It has actually been close to 10 years when I started the original Planet Coaster 1. So I did start the Planet Coaster 1, but we restarted it in Planet Coaster 2. I got a lot done in Planet Coaster 1, but then we have the Outlaw Run custom trains, which look really nice. Got the little WM for Western Missouri. But I did start a recreation in Planet Coaster 1. I never fully finished it. And then we got the fire in the whole track as well. Yeah, I never finished it. So once Planet Coaster 2 released, we started this recreation. It hasn't been a crazy long time ago. I've been working on it for quite a few months, but probably longer than I think. But yeah. But our goal today is to start working on American Plunge and Wildfire. But I got to finish Hill Street first. We just finished up doing the little waterfall next to Lumber Camp here. And now we're working on finishing the saloon. But so yeah, in a way, I've been working on it for 10 years, and at the same time, I haven't. Because we restarted, and this has turned out so much better than my Planet Coaster 1 version so far, that I'm super excited. And I got a way... I think I'm going to finish it this time, because this time, I've got a lot better planning of what sections I'm going to be completing. So we're actually completing areas before we move on to the next area. So I'm doing it in what I'm calling phases. Phase 1 was the entrance area. Phase 2 was the square. And right now we're on Phase 3, which is Hill Street. And Phase 4 is going to be American Plunge and Wildfire. Phase 5, Powder Keg, so on and so forth. So, and we just continue around until we get the whole entire park done. So we're starting down Hill Street, and we're going to do the loop all the way around this way. So we got a lot to do, but I think we're tackling a lot of the tough stuff first, like on Hill Street. This has been a very tough phase to get going, but I think it's turning out really good. I'm very excited, especially to start getting into the rides, because obviously we haven't started building any of the rides yet. But that will change once we get into Phase 4. Phase 4 is going to be Wildfire and the American Plunge, so I'm excited for that. It's going to be so good. Alright, I've been using this kind of as a wooden pole, so we're going to try and utilize it. Do we have a shorter one available to us? I don't think we do. I think that's the only length that we get. It's fine. Honestly, that should cover, like, this entire queue line. Which is... yeah, you enter, there needs to be an opening right here. And then the queue is going to go around that way. It goes back around the corner as well, so... we'll get it figured out. So there's going to be a slight queue in the back corner here that we will implement. Hopefully this doesn't look too smooth of wood. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so the way it works, there you go in here, then back around. Yeah, I need another switch back here. We'll squeeze it in there. Maybe. Maybe we'll squeeze it in there. We might have enough space to squeeze it in. Yeah, we can squeeze it in there. We need to end up on this side over here. I've never been in the queue, in the saloon queue before, and I haven't really paid attention of what it looks like overall, so. I just know it kind of looks kind of tacky and weird like this, so. Quite interesting. You don't think you have it? Yeah, just whenever you can. I will try and get it to him. I will be... Are you going to be there tomorrow, Jake? Or is he going to be on Park tomorrow? Because I will be on Park tomorrow. I'll be training at Powder Keg tomorrow. So I will be on Park. So if there's anything I can do tomorrow, just let me know. Yeah, I definitely want to get that file to him. That way we can get it playing again. I'll look for him, yeah. Yeah, if you end up finding him, that'd be great. If not, you know, we'll figure it out. We shall figure it out. Alright, so we'll go back this way. And then I think there's just one more switch back here, and then you go back this way and then that direction. I believe that's how this queue works. Legit just a card with an MP3 on it that plugs into the big audio box. Yeah, it's like an SD card. I've seen the audio system before. I know how it works. It's just a bunch of SD cards, basically. Into this big audio thing. Alright, we'll scooch this over so there's plenty of room right there. I didn't select this. Oops. No matter, we can do it now. And then there is like a little weird planter here that like connects with this. It's kind of strange. I don't know if I can make it with this necessarily because of how big these poles are, but let's see if I can find potentially a shorter one. I'm just gonna go into coaster supports and see if we can find a short pole that maybe we can scale down. Yeah, like this. And you won't even know that it's a different pole. Oh my gosh, I'm way too far over this way. Just realized that. I'm way too far over. I wonder if I can shrink this queue down a little bit, because I went a little bit too far. The lumber camp's entrance is not anywhere near this. It's like further down, so. Not that it matters too much, but. Wait, I made this not make sense. Why would you go here and that way? Yeah, I made that not make sense at all. So that actually might save us a little bit if we just did this. That. It's not perfect, but it'll be a little bit better for us. I don't know, I might make this very small. I might actually make some changes here to give us more space, even though it wouldn't be accurate. We're gonna make this change, and I think it'll be fine. I don't want this to be out here. I need more room. We're gonna utilize this again. Legitimately utilize it too. So we're just gonna get rid of a switchback, basically. That was my idea here. Get rid of a switchback. I'll make the square here. That's gonna be for our tree. And a tree. Tree. We have one of those benches that wraps around the tree. Don't know if I can make that functional, but it's basically kind of like this. I could maybe visually make it, but do I want to? Search and find the right tree. You know what we're missing? We're missing the Silver Dollar Saloon sign. Shot to find that sign. There it is. Honestly, I'll probably use art shapes. I'll probably be the best bet here. Start with some art shapes and get this into the correct color, kind of a tannish or yellow. Feel a little more orange than that. Color like that, and then we're gonna go like so. We have a triangular piece, we do. I can use that. Or the top of it. 'Cause why not? Alright. And then we go back to signs. MISC. It's time to do the real deal. This is gonna be our silver. Give me all your gold and silver. This is gonna be our, you guess it, dollar. And what's gonna be the last one? Saloon. Published. $18.80. Anyways, thank you guys again for hanging out with me here and watching us get this done, going and done. So I hope it's been somewhat entertaining. I know it hasn't been crazy entertaining, but I hope it's been somewhat entertaining. Watch me do all this, so. Just trying to, nearing the completion of Phase 3. So after I finish the saloon here, we'll have to make Hugo's. That's going to be an easy one to build. Nothing crazy going on there. But then we'll also have to make the old fire in the hole building. Again, that shouldn't be too hard since we don't have to worry about interior. I do have 2 there. Wish that would stop moving around. Hate fighting textures. I'm still watching, so that's something. As long as you guys are enjoying and having fun with it. As long as there's some sort of entertainment value to be had here, and watching this come together is probably pretty awesome, I hope. I hope when this is done that this will be like pretty popular on the workshop. Like, that's my hope. Hope people look at it and go, wow, I can't believe he did that. Now, there is a little bit inaccuracy with this that I'm doing here with this sign, but I don't want to spend hours upon hours just shaping up a sign. That looks just fine the way I'm doing it. The only thing is like, instead of doing this 90-degree edge, the real one is sloped like that, like curved. But I'm not gonna spend time doing that, so. I could, but like, I feel like it, again, it's one of those things that I'm like, unless people are that hardcore about if this is accurate or not, they're not gonna really bat an eye. They're not gonna go, oh, wait a minute, that's curved in real life. I can't believe he didn't do the curve. Also, just trying to make it to where it's less pieces, I feel like is also kind of important. So people can actually open the parks somewhat. It's still probably going to be hard to open. There's going to be a lot of pieces together in it, but you know, if you know, you know. Alright, I need to actually still make the front door to the saloon. I haven't built that yet. That's a little bit important. Yeah, come on in. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. What do you guys think? That looks pretty solid, right? Oh, perfect. But let's go back over here and... I need to probably look at the side of this building and also this back part a little bit over here, because there are details I need to add real quick on that. Such as windows. And this does have actually a sloped roof at the top of it. I just now noticed. I like that. Save the color. Alright, we still need... Oh yeah, we still have to do the trading company. Or the Lake Silver Trading. I want it correct, it needs to be perfect. I'll be checking tree placement like it's a world sim. Accurate within 3 inches. Yeah, the tree's gotta be 100% perfect too. No exceptions. Like, this is a recreation. It's gotta be 100%. Because if it's not, people they're gonna cry. That's fine. Just a saloon. Just throw some barrels by it and call it good. Now about the train. Oh yeah, you're gonna judge me hard on that one, aren't you? Good thing is we're not near the train yet. However, I probably will be building the bridge that goes over the pathway right here fairly soon. Not yet, but I'll be on the River Blast phase probably. Bum, bum. All right, let's get our thing up here. Our floor plan. We need the trading company in here. All right, let's unveil. There's fire in the hole. Let's push all this back to there. OG fire in the hole, that is. And there's the start of the Opera House also as well. There's part of the steam train. Alright, I'm not going to push this too far back because we need to make the hill that goes up to Powder Keg. The main thing is having OG fire in the hole revealed here. That's what we need. Who show up? Look, there's Outlaw Run. But there is an elevation change here. It does go a little bit uphill, right where Fire in the Hole is. This is a little hill right here, small hill. And then going up to Powder Keg, it goes way up there as well, so. There's also a hill right here. I need to figure out exactly where Powder Keg's sign is. And you can't even see. It's gonna be somewhere over there. It's gonna be tight fit, isn't it? Because we got to put Lake Silver Trading in also as well. And Hugo's. Jeez. I think this is supposed to be Hugo's right here. Kind of hard to tell, but it kind of looks like Hugo's, which is tied up right in front of the saloon. It's literally right, like overlaps it a little bit, so. Which used to have fry bread. Not anymore, sadly. Not anymore. We're gonna get the shape down here, though. That's gonna be our priority right now. I'm like locked in. Like typically I'd get to the point where I'm starting to get burned out, but not right now. I'm locked in. Here goes is a pretty small little stall. There is not much going on for it, so we're gonna make it pretty small. And I'm just gonna put a facility in there. Let's go with... Let's see, they got, like, cheesesteaks and such. So... I don't want to throw a chief beef everywhere, but it's kind of hard not to.
Tasty.
Yeah, let's bring back fry bread. What up, Noah? Good to see ya. As always. I think it's funny, I did say like, this won't take too long. Watch me take like an hour to build this building. Just watch it. Am I gonna make fry bread? I would love to. I sure do miss those fry bread sandwiches. I'll never forget SDC for getting rid of them. Never forgive them. Oh yeah, we're in March. Can be pretty easy to forget. I think I made this building in Planet Coaster 1. Pretty positive I did. I even had the fry bread picture. Can my version have fry bread instead of cheesesteaks? Not that it matters because fry bread's not an actual thing in Planet Coaster, but... Does that really have to matter? Means 12 days. Yeah, until opening, yeah. We're so close. Yet so far. At least that's what it feels like. It feels so far still. I haven't even started training. No one signed off on the rides yet. We start training tomorrow. Whew. Yeah, this building won't take crazy long. I still want to detail it nicely, but I don't think we're gonna spend too much time on it. Supposed to train at the depot Thursday and Friday, you know, when the weather gets bad. Yeah, hopefully the weather is okay for Powder Keg, because it can't even rain. If it rains, we can't train. There has been times where I'm just like, some seasons where I was just like, are we even going to get training finished before the park opens? I have had that thought process before. Most of the start of March is going to be rain. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Okay, we need this. Start putting our signs together. Hugo's. On. I don't know how much I can fit in here. Probably gonna be it. There's no way I can fit, yeah, anything else, but I got most of it. Alright, we need theme signs. There's this particular sign that I'm thinking that would work well here, and that's going to be this one. I don't know if we can fit it on here. We'll try. Cheese steaks. I don't think it's all gonna fit though. Yeah. No. I figured. Eh. Hard to get a hold of that now. I had a feeling I only had that selected. Just wanted to center that a little bit. Alright. Still be there on the 13th, even with rain. Just fit the vibe. Also, there's a movie out that I could see after park closed. Nice, there you go. Sometimes just like, even when it rains, you can go and still enjoy the park sometimes. I've gone around and literally just admired a lot of the scenery around. And just like, you know, the nature-y side of Silver Dollar City and just like, literally just admire stuff in the park. Take some good photos, and in the rain, you know, you can get some cool views and such. Fry bread. I wish it was fry bread. I wish. Maybe the day will come again. Maybe someday. We'll get it back. I used to eat that so often. So often. It was so delicious. Took it from me. Took it. I'll never forgive them what they did. That's the shortest one. It is. Sometimes they make pieces and they're just like, yeah, we won't make one smaller. We don't need one bigger than that. It's like, hello. Robber Shack on a rainy day is great. I bet. How small I'm gonna have to make this. Yeah, it's so small. Whatever works, I guess. How does that disappear when I zoom out? Just those side ones. And the draw distance on those kind of suck, but oh well. We'll just have to live with it, I guess. Probably go to the side and see what it looks like from the side. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. Need the guy. Pick up your heels for a fry bread sandwich is what that sign used to say. Not anymore. There's no more kicking up our heels for fry bread sandwiches. Oh man, we're almost to the 3-hour mark. We've made great progress, but we're still not there. I still got to do the Lake Silver Trading Company. I've said it before. I don't think that's gonna be too tough. I've heard that once. You know. You know. Ba-dum-ba-da-da-da-dum. Go back this way. But man, we are getting very close. I've said that many times, but man, we are. We really are. Alright, we do have Lake Silver. That's going to be a trading company. That's going to be right there. So that will be nice. A little path right here. I know that's a little bit too close to the saloon, and the gap is a lot bigger in real life, but what can you do? I had to kind of squeeze this in based on where we're at right now. So. Alright, Lake Silver Trading. That's our next destination of progress. Which is right across from Hugo's here, and it's going to be right up against here. We don't really get a good shot of it from the overhead view, the floor plan. So we're gonna have to go based off of street view here, which is fine. It's a very simple thing. There's nothing too crazy about this. It is sitting right behind, like literally starts about right here. So I'm gonna start it about right here. There is a tiny, what, why am I, no. What are we doing? Go here. Bottom part is like such a weird texture. It kind of looks like a metal texture. I don't even know. It's like a dark black. It's like a black texture. I think it's kind of like a metal texture. It's kind of an ugly looking building, honestly. It's not that great looking. See what we can do. Almost like I feel like I could do like the paneling. Oh, that's stone. Where at? The panel wall, maybe? That's plaster. Let's just do plaster. I think plaster will be fine. We'll just make it black. Alright, so there's an opening clearly right here. We'll leave that open. And then it's gonna span to about maybe 3 pieces at most. If that, honestly. I think there is another opening right here. There's one on the back side also as well. I honestly don't want to make it much bigger than this. I think there's another opening about right there as well. And it's just kind of like a little souvenir shop. It has like some powder keg merch, a bit of other merch here and there, like get a good shot of it. Here. Yeah, there's an opening right there on the side. Right here. And that's about it. Like, it's not too crazy here. So it shouldn't be too hard to build here. Should be fairly simple. And I think if we use the wood, the thicker wood planks, because they are wood on the edges there, that'll be good. And we could basically put in a actual souvenir shop in here. We might go very basic, but put a souvenir shop in here. With some shelves and such, and make it pretty simple. That way it is functional. Because we do want to make sure it's functional. Alright, I don't think it's open on the backside here, so we will change that up because there is like a building attachment like on the back of it there, and then this path will go with that path. Yeah, we'll be in good shape overall. And then there's like a little thing here that we're gonna try and find. Freeform wood, non-gridded piece, which I think is usually at the top here. There it is. We're gonna use, actually no, it's more of a metal piece, isn't it? Oh, there is a freeform metal piece too. So if we uncheck wood here, we can go here to this guy. This is the one we want. And even, it's actually pretty steep like this. And it basically runs across like this. The openings here. Got a very simple sign too. I'm gonna go ahead and plop in some path in here. Very simple. We'll get the interior going. I don't remember where the register is in here. I don't go in here very often. I don't even think I've bought anything from in here. I want to say the register would be somewhere over here, so not a big deal. We'll just do a souvenir shop. So, souvenir shop and modular souvenir shop. Cash register. Gotta change the colors of this because it's a little bit too vibrant. For a shop like this, so. Gonna add some new shelves in here. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Like I said, we're going way basic here. So basic. Like, to me, the interior, almost to where the interior doesn't matter too much to me here. I just want it to be a functional modular shop, you know. I just want it to have some functionality to it. But I'm not too worried about how it looks. Because it is rather large, but... Alright, we gotta get some t-shirts in there. That's essential. Gotta get some stuff in the middle here, kind of like that. I'm gonna call that good. I think I'm gonna call that good right there. So that can open up. Alright, get a little bit of path work in here. I probably should start looking at getting the hills started though pretty soon. So we are gonna start raising the terrain just ever so slightly here. Because again, we're gonna have to get up to there. So I'm gonna get this a little bit early started. Alright, well, let's go ahead and do a flattened surface here. It is a fairly steep hill over here. Going up to Powder Keg. We're gonna try and blend this in as much as we can. And the easiest way to do this is to flatten the surface from like here. This is gonna go up here, and this has to be at the same level once we get up and go around this way eventually. It's gotta match that. It's best to get a little bit of an early start on this terrain over here. Okay, let's go ahead and use the smooth tool here and smooth a lot of this out. The problem is, we might run into some issues with this being a little too steep for the paths, so we gotta buff it out a little bit. We'll get it. It just takes some messing around sometimes to get it there. I just figured we definitely want to get that elevation started, though. I kind of take up the whole chat. There's no one's really else is talking at the moment, so that's to be expected, I suppose. Okay. I get this roofing on here. We want to make this a flat roof. It's kind of awkward because it kind of like is meant to be an angle, so it's kind of weird sometimes, especially if you like put it in there, but it shall be fine. Adjustments can be made, for sure. Alright, let's get this path situated, maybe. Touch it up here. Trying to separate those paths, trying to avoid guests walking through the building when we don't want them to. Okay, get it here. All right. Alright, let's actually grab some of these points. See if we can pull some of them back. Not that. This one. Alright, now we can maybe move this one a little bit closer. Alright, that's gonna work. It's gonna work. Give me a barrel. You didn't think we were gonna go without barrels, did you? Or crates. Oh yeah, there's a crate on top of the barrel too. Wow. These crates are beating up on this barrel. They outnumber this barrel here. All right. We need to do the sign up here. So here, sign theme signs. This theme signs, yeah. And let's just find something that will work pretty well. I think this one's fine. Lake Silver. No. Let me select it. No. Oh no, I got it in a spot that's gonna make it hard. Let's make a new one. Put it out here just in case. Trading company. Hey, it looks like it's gonna fit. Oh, I gotta adjust here. My body's aching. Oh, I forgot about the magic shop too. Not the magic shop. So we're gonna power run. Power run this. This is gonna sit slightly above here. Actually, we need the iron one. Wood. Funnel. This is. side of it here. That's... Then that will lead us up to the powder keg entrance sign. Just beyond that. The sign with the barrels stacked up on top, and then it's got the powder keg, everything. It's got the plunger on top. Like, really cool. I'd like to maybe at least make that today. Powder keg is 2 signs. Special. Alright, let's bring up the floor plan again. I need to just pay attention to that. Paying attention to it, so I know where we're at. Alright, we're still looking pretty good. Okay, Opera House right there. Fire in the hole right there. OG fire in the hole, that is. Boys run, don't be slow. Fire on the mountain. Fire in the hole. See, I do have powder keg generally in the right spot already, so that station should be about where it should be. Wildfire used to have a cool looking sign too. Yeah, they did replace it. Did replace that sign. At some point. I don't know, that's pretty steep. It's a pretty steep hill. I'd have it a little bit too steep here. Let's see if we can mellow it out a little bit. Yeah, it was after the fire when they got rid of that sign. They were redoing like Fried Fancies and such. So, and because all that got changed, so. Alright, and remember this path is going to connect with this path. We also got to do that as well. But I'm not going to go too far into this path because that's going to be more phase 5. But at least we'll have like a gateway, kind of like a segue to it a little bit. So like prepping it up for when we actually do that spot. Need to figure out where we need to be on conforming. That's where we need to be, but it's gonna tell me it's too steep. It's gonna be the hardest part is getting some of these connected. It's gonna tell me it's too steep. Go to ground, it sometimes will clear itself out. Could start here. See if we can make this happen. Could do is delete some of this and really smooth this out. We could also slightly make it a little more level, just in the spot where they can join together. That could help us out. Also do that. Then, once we continue this, we can figure it out. See, it's gonna get really tough though, because we gotta get it quick bait. Gentler path. Kind of going through here. Intersecting terrain. Alright, we need to turn merge off then. That did not do what I wanted it to do. I don't know what all this is. We can get that connected. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Get that connected maybe. Get that connected. It's a weird terrain bump right there that's really messing with us. See if I can pull this up to that. We'll fix it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Alright, that's something. That's something. So that's a good start. Oh my. Yikes. Look at this mess. We might be able to fix it. I don't know what I was like, we might be able to fix it, and I'm like, oh, hold on. Hold on there. Alright, what we need to do is try and just do stuff like that, and then go with the conforming tool and just boom, so much better. Just like that. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. You know what time it is? I need to find some barrels. Like there's 4. we're making the powder keg sign. I'm gonna make it down here, and then we'll move it into position. I actually saw that wildfire sign, like, in the dump. So I'm pretty sure it's gone. I'm pretty sure they threw it out. Like no joke, I think they threw it out. I saw it like in a scrapyard, like kind of like a little bit of a scrapyard out by maintenance. It looks like they just trashed it. That's what it appeared to me. I would have taken it. Where would I have put it though? I have no clue. Saw it in the dump? Yes, I did. And that was like years ago though. Saw it there and I was like, whoa now. Yeah, that was like years ago. So it's long gone, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but like that sign that had like all the pipes and such, it was such a cool sign. It does kind of suck they just got rid of it like that. What is happening here? What is this? No, we're not doing that. Why are you rotating the wrong way? I'm clicking on this. Come on, man. Didn't ask to take it? I mean, it was already in the dump, and I didn't know who I was gonna ask. Really. Not sure there's really much I could have done to get it. Maybe, but like... I would have nowhere to put it, because that's a big sign. There would have been nowhere for me to put that thing. I have a blast on this powder keg, shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Like the fuse, no time to dread. I have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg That powder keg. A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. I mean, they didn't let people, Silas just took it. That rotten piece of wood. Silas just took that. He didn't have permission, he just took that rotten piece of wood. That wasn't a permission thing. Like, actual signs and stuff is a little bit different than rotten pieces of wood. There's quite the difference there. I didn't get a hold of the P. Or the R, what the heck? Aha! Cast on these powder kegs, shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light the fuse, no time for dread. Gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Powder keg. Powder keg. There we go. That's a powder keg sign right there, if I've ever seen one. I think it turned out alright. Alright, and then this would go roughly right around here somewhere. Okay. Borrowed it permanently. Whew. Like, why take a rotten piece of wood? That's a good question. Maybe you should ask Silas that. It's a good question to ask him. Alright, now it's time for firing the hole. At least the exterior. I have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Okay, I think this is all the facade stuff right here. That's in the front. You see all these, like, edges? I think those are all the facades. Like, that building. I'm trying to piece together which one goes to what. I think that's the plant. Yeah, that's the planter in front. So the one I want to start on is right here for that facade building, and it's going to be yellow. All these are different colors and such. So. And it's literally just kind of like a box like that. The blue one is a tiny bit further back. Maybe not even that much. Like, just kind of like, boom. Sort of like that. It's also the same texture, so blue one in there, a little bit lighter, bluer. So, and then we have the next piece, which is going to be the vertical wood. This, that's going to go out a little bit further than the yellow. Yeah, the Spider Kick soundtrack. I wish I had the full soundtrack, though. It's only a snippet of it. Unfortunately, so, like, it's not the whole thing. Alright, and then these are all kind of, like, even with each other. I am, however, going to go and do, while we're here, find this piece, that blue color. Going to go in like that. And then there is a different colored piece kind of going right here. Probably about that far. Change the colors. It's kind of like a greenish color, like right around here. On the yellower side, kind of a that. Potentially get the full one. I think they've been looking for it for me. Like, I've been asking for it. Like, you guys should look for that and make it play somewhere. Because the little snippet, they currently have it playing on the break run right now. The snippet that they did find plays on the break run. They changed that towards the end of the last season. They made it to where that plays on the break run. Which is pretty cool. So, like, it's triggered, like, once it hits the brakes, it starts playing. So it's kind of a neat little thing. They're supposed to be on the lookout for me, though. Funny, this whole, like, facade is a little overwhelming. There's a lot going on here. I'm working on this facade. There's just, like, so much different, like, levels and different, stuff going on here. And then we have to detail it after that. A lot going on with it. Then the fence actually starts right here. There's actually that tall boarded up fence. Since it's closed down, they put this fence up after it closed. Big old tall fence. I'm gonna use these, I think. That light brown color. And it's just been sitting there ever since, and it's not quite as tall as this here. A little bit smaller than that. That's where it's boarded off. Now the fence is in the way of me seeing the rest of the facades, but I can look up older photos of when it was in operation, and we can get those in there that way if we want to. But this is as far as the public eye can see. Say there's now just a smoking area. You can still see the fireman's cemetery archway above the fence. This fence goes all the way and connects all the way up to, like, it goes all the way across to the saloon. So where it's sitting at now, I need the fence to go all the way over there. It does have some different angles in some spots. That as well. Go straight, and it does have a slight right curve to it. Implement, because we need to get to about literally right about right there. You know. Yeah, hopefully they do something with this at some point, because this big ugly fence is just here now, so clearly what it consists of is this big ugly fence. Big, tall, ugly fence. This is what we got left. Alright, that closes us in here, kind of, so we got that kind of going for us. Boys run, don't be so far in the mountain, fire in the hole. Boys run, don't be so far in the mountain, fire in the hole. Now I might need to raise or lower this depending on where we're sitting here. Kind of just started building. Probably lower this just a little bit. About right there. The terrain does kind of change a little bit, but we'll fix that easily. No problem. This can all be pretty almost all be path. Bigger part of the building will come up here in the exit. Old exit was right here, and there'll be the opera house and all that stuff there. I do think I am a little bit too far out over here, but that's okay. We can kind of mess with that a little bit. Like, we'll just go over to the left a little bit, and it will be fine. It's like, this sign should not be this close to Fire in the Holes facade. It's kind of like where I'm at right now, but that's where the floor plan is. So yeah, we're a little bit off in that regard, but we'll get back on track, kind of. I could technically make this part of Phase 5 instead of 3. Since 5 is just Powder Keg and the Opera House, it wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe make this part of that, and we can do all this over here in Phase 5. Because Phase 5 literally has like hardly any buildings a part of it, so like I feel like that phase is mostly just going to be plain. Wow, I've done a lot. Yeah, we have. Heck yeah, we have. I'm kind of sitting here and I'm like, we're almost pretty much done with Phase 3 now. I think I'm going to do that, not just because I'm excited to, I mean, a little bit. I'm excited to get into some rides. But, like, I'll just shift this into Phase 5. Because thinking about it, Phase 5 literally is just Powder Keg, Opera House, and then we could add this to Phase 5. So, like, that could be more of a Phase 5 thing. So, what I need to do now is actually kind of work on this part. We're pushing 4 hours right now, so... So let's get over here and look at this planter. And get this kind of detailed. Needs more trees. The way they've been removing trees, I'm not sure if it does. Alright, we'll make these red. There's no tree actually sitting there. Yeah, just think, we're almost done, guys. With Phase 3. Not with the park. Phase 3 is almost done. And then you guys can check it out on the workshop once I upload it. And I'm kind of feeling good, so we might go work a little bit on phase 4 and the plunge, so eventually we can actually get some stuff going on. Dang. That's so crazy that we've gotten a lot done in the last 2 days. So much done. Really have. Ah. Okay, I think we need to a little bit. Okay, yeah, we need this spot right here. This spot. You know, I was about to go like, all right, we're ready, we're done. I was like, no, this spot. I haven't really figured out what exactly I want to get or do here, so it's kind of like, you know, a little bit difficult to figure out, but I think we'll get it done as much as we can here. Oh, SDC, my home park, even though it's 4 hours away from Puerto, considering I go there every year and I feel home there more than here. There you go. There you go. Off, we can really kind of get this kind of structured in here. Don't move on me. I'm not ready for that. Oh my gosh, we're crying out loud. Someday you'll move to Branson. Twice. I have been here my entire life. Fun paying rent up here. There's definitely a lot more expensive places out there, but I think it's just expensive to live in general. Give me my pole. Alright, we're gonna go here. Animatronics. Pretty sure it's in the Western theme. It's even still in here. Yeah, the belt drive. Need to place that yet, but it placed anyways. I know they got some sort of contraption like this. Something like it. Hmm. Trying to go. At least I was trying to. Replace the steam engine running stuff. Yeah, it's something like that. Got a lot of different like wooden souvenir stuff that you can buy there. I haven't really seen it that much. I'm just kind of winging it a little bit, like what the content's on there. In there, it's a little bit overwhelming trying to figure out all the details on the inside of there. So, kind of crowding it a little bit with stuff, but not like a crazy amount. Get out of here with those stairs. Not doing stairs. Stop it with the stairs. Need a bit of cowboy chaps. Only a little bit though. No Steam stuff. Nice. I know no stuff. Yeah. Curbs will continue right through. Of course, I selected the wrong axis. I always do that. Imagine that. This doesn't look great, but that's alright. It's only for this little spot. Time for a big old tree. So found a big old opening there. We're just gonna do this. Don't know why that placed there. Because the grid size isn't where I want it. Because we're just gonna put a door on this. Big old fancy door. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum-ba-ba-dum. But like I said before, like, we're gonna go back and touch up on stuff after we get through the whole park. That's something we'll definitely end up doing. Like 100%. I'll continue to improve it and everything too. At least that's what I want to do. Yeah, there's gonna be tiny missed details here and there, but this is the part of Hill Street that I'm just like, ugh. That's exactly the noise I meant, you know. Ugh. 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 It's the stuff I don't feel like working on. That's to put it short. This blade of grass is off by the slightest. I sure am aware of that. Probably should get like proper references of Cowboy Jeps and everything here, but it's alright. Alright, I think there is a good shot of the jewelry store. Kind of. See if we can get to it though. That's gonna be the heart of this leather. This is not where I dropped the thing. Oh gosh, I'm right next to it. Undo. That's right in front of Cowboy Jeps. How'd I get here? Anyways, there it is. See it now. Still one of the strangest looking stores. That's for sure. Blue. Alright, I hope you guys are still enjoying the stream. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. And all that fun stuff. You know what to do. But if you haven't already and you like what we do, make sure you subscribe for more amazing content like this and more. You know, all the fun stuff. This is like all just kind of like a window glass right here. Interesting. Ba-dum-bum. That's funny, there's literally a tree going through this store. Looks like. That's pretty funny. Ba-dum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Is everyone still awake? Everyone still doing good? I hope. I think what I'm gonna do, if we start a little bit on phase 4, if I do, we're not gonna probably do much, but unless I want to. What time is it? 6:51. I'm still feeling good, and I'm more motivated now that we're about to get to some of the rides. So barely. We're almost done. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. So unmotivated, it's annoying. Yeah, that can be annoying. Sure. I'm kind of the opposite right now, so I guess good for me, but back. Now we gotta get that somehow filled in. Sure, why not? Not awake, it's only 6:52. Yep. I'm kind of just sitting here. Nothing wrong with that. Watching and existing. So true, so true. There's some pretty flowers. Let's put those in. Very pretty flowers. What do you guys think? Is it ready to be uploaded? Phase 3? Again, there's a lot of details in here that I'll come back to. That's true for a lot of things that I've already done in like phase 1 and phase 2, so same thing kind of goes here. And we got that waterfall looking pretty good. Definitely turned out better than Planet Coaster 1's waterfall. But yeah. Should we update the file? I'm also gonna do a separate save, so when I do make the video, I can make that a separate save so we can go over what we did. And the real save looks close to the real thing. As long as it's close to the real thing, that's all that matters, right? Pretty close. It's not 100% perfect. I don't think you can do that, but I think we've done well enough here that, you know, it's pretty exciting. Yeah, phase 3 we didn't was one of our shorter phases, I think. Kind of. I like can't remember when we started it. I think it was kind of closer toward the end of last year. But now I feel like I'm going to be so motivated since we're actually going to be working on rides. I think that's the part I'm mostly motivated. You can still smell you can smell the asphalt from here. And they've been pouring a lot more in real life, so that's going to be fun. But at least mostly everything's kind of established. That's my... When I do these phases, I kind of want to make sure everything is at least established. Like, there's not, like, an empty spot. Even if stuff still needs some work, like Cowboy Jeff's here and the jewelry store, even if stuff still needs work, we can come back to that, but I'm at least in a serviceable spot right now. Alright, let me go ahead and save. We're going to save twice here. The first save is going to be the main save. Then I'm going to save a second file, Silver City Phase 3. So it's going to be a separate file. We should have two now. That way I can record the video. Because you best bet that I'm not done. We're not done yet today. I'm too motivated to stop there. You think I'm going to stop as we get into rides? You must be out of your mind. I think we're going to stop right there. In fact, let's get over here to American Plunge. But I saved a separate file so I can record a video for the channel on phase 3. Oh, I need to upload it. We need to upload it. No one reminded me. Need to upload the new park file. Alright, that doesn't matter. We already saved it. We just need to upload the save. There we go. Alright, so to do that, I think I need to go back to the main menu. Do that. We will go to our parks. Go to Silver City. Upload Frontier Workshop. And we're gonna update Silver Dollar City for the first time in a while. Entrance square. Sweet. Alright, we're gonna update it. Update existing creation. So now that should be on the workshop. If we do publication date, there it is. It's almost to 500 downloads now. It's crazy, so hopefully people will start downloading it and do more. Get some more. I'm gonna push thousands on here. Look at these. I actually want this fountain because Silver City has some of these, so I'm actually gonna subscribe to that. That's actually really nice. Got a Coke machine. Very nice Coke vending machine. I'd add. Holy crap. This Luca person, like, just went to town. Look at these. Got some pool tables. These are pretty nice, actually. I'm gonna get distracted by all this stuff. Look at those planters. This person went to work. The Harry Potter night bus. That looks legit. All those must have just got uploaded too. Awesome. Alright. Reload us back up, and we're gonna get going. Water rides in general suck. Yeah, personally, I don't really care for water rides all that much. I do ride them once in a while. Alright, so I'm probably... The hardest part here is going to find references for this area, because unfortunately there's no street view going into the American Plunge area and Wildfire area. They stopped right here. They didn't go any further, so... Which is kind of odd, but, you know, sure. Why not? I don't know if we should start maybe with the plunge's drop and the tower with the drop. The lift hill and the drop, like, so we can kind of work around that. Might be a good place to kind of get started. Here's the actual entrance right here. Wildfire, you stay on the right. Plunge, you go on the left. Alright, I like revealing everything here. That is going to be the load station right here. This is Q-Line. You recognize those. We should probably just try and get the layout kind of settled, I think. I think that's going to be our best thing to do right now. Maybe just get the layout in there. And kind of work around it. But I do want to push all this back so I can kind of see where we are. There's Wildfire. Guys, we're officially on phase 4. Make sure you to make that leap. That definitely didn't happen the other day. If it didn't happen, why should I make it? Silas. If it didn't happen, why should I? If it didn't happen. Alright, you can see we tried to line Wildfire Station up. The actual ride. I'm trying to reveal a lot. Maybe I should do the up a little bit, and we can speed this along a little bit better. I'm gonna go ahead and just reveal Wildfire and all this, because this is part of this phase, so we need to make sure we can see all of the floor plan for it. This area is not going to be that difficult, I don't think. I think this phase is going to be pretty easy, personally, because there's not a whole lot of buildings to build. It's more so just doing like the scenery, the theming around the rides, and the rides themselves, and the pathways, and all that stuff, so... Alright, you can see all of that area. We're gonna push this back. I'm not gonna go too far there, because we did do some work on that terrain right there, so I don't want to go too far back. But I do want to, we do need to actually kind of push that a little bit, because you can kind of see the layout of Plunge right there. You can see that part that goes back into the station, but now we can see where the station is, which is helpful, because there are actually two, it is a double load station. There are two different spots you can load in. However, I have a feeling that we're only going to do one, mostly because the station's being so big in Planet Coaster. I clicked on the flumes. And you can see this is going to take up all of the station just alone with this. And it's honestly already too big. I mean, we can maybe, if we're good at it enough, maybe be able to do something about it, but... Alright, so right now we have enter and exit on that side. And on this side... Entrance. The entrance is for sure on the other side, though. I think we need to do. That, but oh man, it's gonna be such a tight fit with the way that it's made, so that's gonna be a little bit on the difficult side. But we're gonna have to make it work. This is gonna be very difficult. Been on all the coasters at Silver City. Awesome. What's your favorite? Which one is your favorite out of all of them? You better give me the right answer. Just saying. You better say the right answer here. Grand Expo. Grand Expo coaster. That's the correct answer. I don't know what you're doing. Fire in the hole. Just for some people. Fire in the hole's fine for some people. I wish we could do a little bit more with these stations. They're a little bit too big. Alright. Alright, because we might actually pull up a POV and stuff so I can kind of get a little idea of it. I know it goes right under the lift, right at the beginning, and underneath the bridge, the entrance bridge here, and kind of goes back that direction. There. Has more forces than Wildfire. I don't know about that, Silas. I don't think that's a proven fact. Let's see. I lost where it was. Should we pull this down? Or should we... Should put this just right above here. I'm definitely not the greatest at log flumes, but I'm gonna try my best. Mainly just need to see where we're going. I'm gonna pull up a POV of American Plunge because that's what helped me. I remember when I did it in Planet Coaster 1, that's what helped me a lot, was the American an American Plunge POV. Alright, this one's from 7 months ago, so it's pretty recent, so I'm gonna go with it. And it's got some good references of the area too, so yeah. Alright, so it's gonna go directly kind of straight and into this over here, so it's gonna go directly under the drop, right at the base of the drop, and kind of do a little left-hand turn right underneath the bridge, straight into a tunnel. Yeah, they got rid of all of that theming in there, didn't they? Because of all the construction. I know this is all gonna get, because it goes underground, like, into a tunnel, basically. Like, immediately. That's kind of how we start. Alright, the bridge is right there. We're gonna go right to here, I think. Right into there. I just ignore it. I know they're just trolling. They're extending the tunnel right. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing. It's very basic right now, which makes my job a little bit easier. Yeah, I can see I think that's the tunnel right there. I think that's the tunnel, because it goes across where... Yeah, this is the entrance. Yeah, it goes right through there. So I need to angle that a little bit better. So I think we are going to start with a little bit of a straight piece, and then start to curve. And we're going to go into the tunnel right here. It's very bare, like with all the construction and stuff, this is kind of like the weird part, you know? It's gonna be kind of weird. Like, they got rid of a lot of stuff right there. I haven't ridden American Plunge in a while, so... I know it's probably gonna change a lot, but we'll update it once we have those updates available to us. It's basically just underground over here. Let's see if we can see where it pops out at. Basically underground in this entire construction site, so... and a tunnel, so... But I know it kind of pops out of a tunnel, does some stuff over here, and then it goes into Lift Hill. It's not a huge layout. It's actually pretty small. Seeing if I can find where it comes out of. I know it's pretty close to Powder Keg. A bit over here. I think it's like right there. I think that's it right there, the little turn. It goes through here, and then yeah, here's the Lift Hill. So after it comes out of the tunnel, it'll come through here, goes around, and then up the Lift Hill. Did I update it on the workshop? I did indeed. Phase 3 is now available for update. Phase 3 update is available. Alright, looking at the POV, it does go straight. It does go in, and then it goes to the right a little bit. We just need to end up over there. Actually got quite a bit of a right turn. And then, so if we go here and go into the right, I think it then comes out over here. It goes back to the left a little bit. It's got a pretty big right-hand turn this way. Again, it's all underground here. And then it goes back to the left, which I think was when we pop out right here in this turn. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, we do a pretty extensive right-hand turn. Then back to the left. Pretty heavily. Left, and then it goes back to the right and then left again. It kind of goes around, and there's nothing in this tunnel. It's literally no theming, which is pretty funny. I think it goes left again, right, and then left again. Kind of just, and then we're gonna pop out right over here. Now, is this truly the layout? It's pretty close, but I'm not entirely sure. It does have a little straight section as it pops out, and then it does a little bit of kind of a U-turn. You can see the lift hill right here, but you can see the water right here where it pops out at. Then we're gonna go over here. And it's going to take a right-hand turn slightly after this U-turn. It's kind of a tight turn, so we're going to replicate that as best as we can. I think it goes right here. You can kind of see it. Then we immediately go right, looking at the POV. It goes back into another tunnel, where it then turns left, and that will lead us into the lift hill right here. So yeah, we're gonna go right, and then left in the tunnel, and then into that lift hill. This tunnel, and then at this point, I'm just going to try and get this lined up with where the lift actually is on the floor plan, like so, and then we go into the lift. I'm not gonna go back in time for that. I'm just gonna use my floor plan. I didn't use the floor plan in the original, so we actually are using the floor plan here, so I'm going to use it to my the floor plan to my advantage, because I did not use a floor plan back then. Okay, and then it's just a matter of getting this kind of lined up and started, because we'll have to go into our lift hill. Which I don't know if this is too steep or not, but we're gonna try it. Need to kind of see where the top is. The top is pretty much aligned. We're actually in a pretty good spot right now. It's pretty much aligned right where the path goes underneath, so I'll try that. And we do have to do kind of this weird thing at the top. Unfortunately, with how Planet Coaster works. does kind of line us up pretty well, though. And this is just going to be a matter of that lead us at. We need to be at 3. Wonder if we can do that, but if we do the splashdown section? Yeah, it's gonna make us do that. But if I round this out, do I have the option of just going straight off of that? I do. So I can make the top a little bit. So I actually can do that. And then the bottom will just need to, a matter of getting it right. You're all good. Appreciate you trying to help. Get those, there's not gonna be a splashdown option, is there? I have to make our own. Looks like. The good thing is I can be very accurate of where this is. The bad part is I don't know if it's gonna do an actual splash at the bottom. Know what I mean? Alright, we need to be at 3 feet. Oh, it's probably set at like 3 relative. We need to do sea level. So we need to be at 11 feet. That's probably pretty good right there. We'll do the splashdown. I don't think I can do a splashdown by itself. It's not going to give me the option to do a splashdown, so hopefully it does a big splash. If it doesn't, we can animate it ourselves. It's going to be our option. And we're gonna have to turn around right over there. Watch this. Gonna go underneath that bridge. Goes underneath that bridge. Head on. Then it's gonna immediately turn right. Alright, so here's the deal. I need to make some dinner. But I still want to keep going. So we might take a little break. But we shall be right back. If that makes sense. I want to be, like, right back. If that's cool with you guys. And then we can order food. No, we're making some steak and potatoes. Actually, I'm excited to make them, but okay, after it goes under that, that's a little bit of a straight section. Track. Right, I can see the track right there. Hopefully we're lined up with this. Get lined up with the station just fine. And there's an elevated part right here. And we head back. Like so. Alright, and then of course we can adjust this layout as needed, but I think we're pretty good, honestly. I didn't realize how much it's right underneath the ground of the construction site. I've never actually really noticed that. I do want to test this out and see if the splash actually happens here, like there's actual big sploosh or not. He'll DoorDash me food. Or you just go buy me some food, Silas, and then... No, she's already started, so we need to... I'm gonna have to do that, so... Alright, I want to see how this splashdown goes real quick, and then... Probably gonna take a break. Oh, I think I'm gonna keep the live stream going. Yeah, it doesn't do the big splash, but that's okay. We'll add the splash, trigger the splash ourselves. I just need that shaping, you know. And I think we're good though. Like, shabby. Silas coming in with a $1.99 super chat. When PC also live stream, live Time City. Time City's not on Planet Coaster 2, Silas. You know that. Alright, what do you guys want to do? I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm just going to let you guys, while we're on break, do you want me to just do the be right back screen? Or do you guys want me to just loop yourselves onto a ride? So you can ride American Plunge, or you can continuously ride Fire in the Hole. Those are the only two complete circuit rides I have right now. Or we can just do a be right back stream. What do you guys think? Go to the powder keg theme? Alright, yeah, we can do that. Just play the loop the powder keg theme. Keep ourselves on inside Fire the Hole. Place a fire effect and put us in it. I want to be on fire. What the heck? I need to go now though. I need to get moving now. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save. Just in case something happens.
We're gonna have a blast. blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till
How's
the
that?
rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a
This is gonna be,
blast on
it's
this
a 30-second
powder
loop.
keg.
It's gonna get annoying fast probably for you guys, but I'll be right back, guys. It might be a little bit, so I'm gonna try and go as fast as I can, though.
This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. kicked. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread.
You guys sick of this 30-second loop of song? Are you guys sick of that song yet? My wife is very, very kind. She said I can come back and she'll do the rest, so I helped her with potatoes, so. I appreciate her very much. You guys didn't get tired of hearing that? Surprising. Let's see if we can get a good shot. That is beautiful. Got a good shot of the drop. Let me see. Yeah, that's pretty good. Looking at it from here, it's looking pretty solid. Looking pretty good. I like that. I like it a lot. What's happening? Why can't I move in game? What's going on? Why is everything broken? The game dying on me? I'm stuck. It's frozen. Is the game frozen? Nope, there we go. I don't know what happened. We're good now, though. Alright, what do we want to start with? I was thinking about starting with the splashdown here a little bit. Maybe we'll work on that. And kind of go from there, because this is like a staple of this area, kind of. And it would be kind of nice with that. Kind of established early, I think. So, if we do, I do that. That's gonna be tough the way I got this set up. Oh, it's gonna be tough. Unless I move the bridge over, which we could do. I could make the bridge not functional. That's something that is an option. So the stairway doesn't have to be as long. I just realized that we could make that an option. I want to make it functional, but if it's easier for now to not make it functional, maybe that's the play here. Maybe we wait on that path and bridge right there. Just maybe. Maybe this is the play, and get the ride in place, get all the scenery down, and then see what we can do with that bridge later on. Alright, so we can see the bridge. That kind of starts right here. Get this out. See it in all its glory. But thank you guys for your patience. I hope you guys didn't get too bored while I was gone. But I appreciate it. Alright, so what is this? Why is there a random... Oh, that was the building. I must have accidentally placed a piece there. I just literally deleted all that. Whoops. Alright, let's change some colors here that we obviously do. That changed. What is this? Those are the brackets on it. That's color. These are supports. I think it really matters because we're going to be using wooden. We're going to be using custom wood supports on the lift and drop, so that doesn't matter too much. Now we need this to be low enough into the ground. Probably lower this a little bit more, kind of like more so like that. Now I need to figure out if I want to do actual water or if we want to do like... I think I want to do actual water if possible, but if it's too much of a pain, we'll convert it to something else. So what we'll do is we'll pull this around here. The station's going to be a try and be a problem. We're not going to do our best to not let it, but with my rules now, I can technically work on wildfire as well. Like, I don't have to be constricted to just American Plunge. So I do want to work on wildfire and get it a little bit established also. But basically what I want to do here is get some terrain kind of set. But that's going to be a challenge there. Unless there's a spot I can close that up at. It's gonna be tough because of this there. I don't think that's gonna be very possible. It might just be easier to put in the fake water, to be honest. I mean, we do have the water blocks, which actually look like water, like it's animated and everything. Looks like water. Might be the play here. Not gonna lie. And we can change the color of it too, which it makes it even more flexible. I don't know if the logs will look too closed in there, or we'll see. But this is definitely a nice tool because it literally is water, you know. It's hard to see when they're selected though. Hopefully they blend well together. Hopefully. That's what I'm hoping, that they blend decently well together. It looks good. I think so. Now, if I want to make a transition to that, that's going to be a little rough, but I want there to be no like weird spots in here, so we're just gonna keep doing this. And then we do get a point where it goes elevated, so it does become elevated. I think it's the straightaway here. So we'll go to about right there, and we're mainly gonna focus on this spot right here. So I got a really good shot of just the drop in general right here, so and we will have to animate the splash when it does splash into the water. And I think I am also going to cover this up to be the right color as well. You see how it's all super blue? We're gonna change that up a little bit. And I think we're gonna get started by going in here, finding the stone piece, and actually using this color. Because this side doesn't have much water on it. It's actually literally like right here. What did I do? There. Wanted to make it its own scenery group away from the water. Great part is we're also gonna have to get the queue line in here too. I have to try and snake that in there also, because it's gonna go back around and back over here. That's another thing we'll have to manage, but we'll get there when we get there. Alright, and then we're going to this here. Pull this as close to here as we can. I think this is already a pretty solid start we got going here. I want to create those kind of like fence-like, or like let's start off by typing full. Honestly, this is gonna be perfect. What we want to do. Right around here. Five, maybe? One. Two. Three. Take four for now. Confirm on. That's pretty good. I think so. Actually gonna just scale it down a little bit. You DM me something awful. I guess so. Sure, you got my attention. Or curiosity wondering now. Got that pretty straightened out, didn't I? Say probably delete. But I think that's gonna be fine right there. Don't read it out loud. I'd imagine I'm not planning on it. I usually try not to read DMs. Okay. My goodness. And worst things you've ever said. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. I guess. I don't know. Thanks for letting me be a part of it. Welcome. Alright. Yeah, I was gonna... How many boats should we do? Yeah, don't ask about it. Just don't ask. It's best not to even mention it. Definitely best not to mention. The American Plunge. I need to. Sometimes I forget to properly name my rides too, like as well. So we need to make sure we got it all named and everything. This is something I forget to do sometimes. I smell dinner. It smells so good. I can smell it from here. It's getting me excited for food. Call it Jim Owens float trip. Back in the day. That would make sense. Food is W. Heck yeah, it is. I kind of have to replace the trough with like wooden textures because pretty much wood. We're gonna okay. Be back in a flash. Jessie couldn't reach something in the kitchen, so I had to help her. Basically, we just need to make the look like they're wooden. That's the main thing I need to do here. So I should probably extend these all the way down. So. Then we call the other ride route Mystic River's Diving Bell. That's what we'll go with. Mystic River's Diving Bell. That's Lost in the Ozarks. And then with any luck, we might be able to just copy this over to the other side. Copy and paste it. Potentially. And then we'll patch that up once we get there, but I'm gonna be honest, I might make this longer. At least to the bottom. we'll also need one to just cap it off like that. And the rest of it, again, we'll patch up once we get there, but that will save me some time for the rest of it, unless that happens. I'm thinking potentially using the invisible track here and getting rid of the trough altogether, so we have our own. But then we wouldn't get the water though. That's the main problem. I'd have to make my own water, which would kind of suck. So I'm probably not gonna do that. But thank you guys so much for being a part of the stream and your support for this project. I have no idea how much it means to see people watch and get excited over a lot of this stuff. But yeah. Whew. This might take a little bit to get all this built up to the top. That's okay. It shall be worth it. Hey, we're working on a ride. Get excited. Finally working on a ride. Yeah, I think that's gonna look good. Like, it's supposed to be kind of a brownish color, but the thing is like it's wood, really old wood, so it's like kind of got more of that gray color to it now, so I should probably throw in a little bit of a brown in there, potentially. But, you know. I think we did a pretty good job on the layout, though. But I'm old enough to remember being on it, and those little black boat cars, I think each seated 6 people, and it was an easy way to get cool off if you didn't want to take the plunge. Old-timey video from the 80s. Man, I couldn't imagine Silver City back in its old days, you know? Back when there was, like, hardly any rides and mostly just craftsmen and, you know, a lot of very unique, like, quirky old rides, you know, that really didn't have like any thrills to them. Like, they were just family fun, and that's what Sword Art City was built around back then. But as, you know, times change, you know, they have to innovate and have to add those thrill rides to stay relevant. So, and now it's become kind of like a world famous kind of park now, so. I've been going to Sword Art City before it was kind of like really well known. Really, before Outlaw Run, no one knew much about Sword Art City. It was just kind of like a nice little family park, you know, in the Ozarks. You know, it wasn't like what it is today. It was because before Outlaw Run, your biggest rides were Wildfire and Powder Keg. And before the early 2000s, I mean, you really didn't have much coaster. Your biggest coaster at that point was Thunderation. Or I guess Buzzsaw Falls technically, but for a year or two, but... But really, late 90s, early 2000s is when they finally started to add a lot of their thrill rides and attractions. They didn't really have any until then. Powder Keg being the best ride on park? Okay. Unpopular opinion there, but... If it truly is your favorite ride on Park, Silas, that's fine. You know, I'm not gonna comment. That's totally fine. Because Powder Keg is a good ride. And it's got some pretty great airtime on it. Especially using the Scream and Swing restraints. Got a lot of great floater airtime. Very unique ride, too. Very unique ride. I'll give it that. I just feel like the layout, the best parts at the beginning, and it progressively, the best parts are at the start of the ride, and then it just kind of fizzles out. Because it doesn't have like the greatest of finales. The drop is just okay, unless you have a lot of room on your restraint. The launch is incredible. One of the best launches out there, actually. Alright, we're almost to the top here. Which means we actually can start moving this around. The fact that we just moved right on end to phase 4 like this, it's pretty incredible. And we've been live for almost 6 hours. I told you earlier, like, I'll go 8 hours if I want to, if I need to get to phase 4. I do need to record the next episode, though. That should be pretty easy. You not have heard our engineer thinking he wants to turn up the PSI on our launch. Yeah, make it even a crazier launch. All in favor? But Powder Keg's launch is actually still one of those few launches that actually still kind of gets my stomach. Like, give that butterfly feeling. Takes a lot to get that feeling. I don't, on launches, and I haven't felt that in a while, but like, much anywhere else, but like Powder Keg still gives me that feeling once in a while. Just because of how punchy the launch is. There's a reason why most general public think it's the fastest coaster on park, and that's because that launch is just so punchy. You know, the acceleration on it, people just think it's the fastest. I'm like, actually, Outlaw runs faster, technically. But I'm like, but Powder Keg's got the fastest acceleration on park. That's what I usually tell them. I was like, it does have the fastest acceleration. Alright, so we got it up to there. It's looking quite nice. There's a lot of like catwalks and stuff up here. I've been at the top of this a few times. Yes, Outlaw Run is the fastest at 68 miles per hour. touch this up down here. Alright, let's see if we can successfully it's copied over. Put that right there. Hopefully we did not forget anything. And if everything goes well. Huh. You need more help? One more help. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll be back in a moment. But yeah, look at that. We got that situated, so be right back. Oh, okay, we're back again. I didn't even mute my mic. That's fine. Let's go. Alright, next we're gonna try, and I think I just use art. I'll just use art shapes for this. See how it goes. See if I can match the color though. Kind of like this groggy yellow color that's underneath the water here. The water is very blue, so I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. Unfortunately. Unless I put it in above the water. So I don't know if I should really... I don't even know if I should pay attention to do that. Or if I should spend the time and effort to do it, even though it doesn't change the color of that. So, might be better off not even worrying about it. Alright, so you see how the water is just got a big old line there. We're going to try and fix that by adding water elements. We'll do waterfall bottom. Will probably be the one of the better things there. You see how low it looks like in the water here. It kind of looks like it overflows when it bounces up and down. So don't know. I have to lower it just a little bit at least. Yeah, that'll be fine. Gonna have to be. Hi, Quick Coasters. I'm gonna be a locomotive Thuzy now. Hey, there's a big... It's a big community, honestly. Not gonna lie. Very big community. Okay, we need to figure out what kind of splooshy splashes we want to do here. Like, do I just want to... The initial contact needs to be a kind of a big sploosh. But what do we do to do that? Rising steam, waterfall middle, waterfall top. That actually kind of works a little bit. Might do some more, but like that in combination. So if we go to trigger sequence, place new trigger. I didn't want to add a trigger. I'm trying to drag this one, bruh. Edits, and then we're going to add objects. Oh my gosh, what is selected here? I don't want that. What is that? I just want that. That's all I want. There we go. Confirm selection. So that will trigger that. Let's see how it looks. That's pretty good, actually. First try. Not too shabby. Like, look at that. We got a nice little sploosh. Not too shabby on my first try. The thing is, I don't like these sticking out that much. The only thing. That's good enough, I suppose. Alright, dinner's ready, so I'm gonna go eat real quick, and then I'll be back in a little bit, guys. So, if you guys want, we're gonna ride while I'm gone. Oh man, you guys are still here. Awesome. Appreciate you guys. Have you guys gotten tired of the ride yet? I actually haven't watched the ride yet. See how the lift actually looks. Dinner was so good though. Sploosh. Might have to add more splashing in there. Did you see YouTube short of the announcement about Thunderation theme song I like, and let's put it on YouTube. I hope they put the theme song out there too on YouTube. That'd be great. Anyways. There's high tornado chance on mock evac days. That's great. That's fantastic. Can't wait for that. Gonna have a blast on this powder keg. We're shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light the fuse, no time for dread. It's the best best week for us to train. Absolutely. Funny thing is, I'm at powder keg tomorrow, but I'm like, so how much are we gonna do? Probably not much. Is the answer. Powder keg. Wait, I can go one side. When has that been a thing? That's weird. Never seen it do that before. Doesn't do it on this one. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg, shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light the fuse, no time for dread. No chance of rain after 6 a.m., but who knows? Who knows? It's Missouri. That weather can happen at any point. Alright, I need to see where that bridge is. It's right here. If there's anything I can see, else I can see on this video. Bridge is right there. Right here, I can see it. And there's Wildfire. The station is going to be sitting much lower than where we have it. That'll be fun. Alright, so basically have it where it needs to be, but alright, I haven't done many floor plans before utilizing like floor plans for like layouts and such. I have not used it very often, and even in Planet Coaster 1. I don't think I've ever really done it in Planet Coaster 2 until this recreation, honestly. So I'm very curious of how all of this goes. Ba-dum-ba. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. All right. Yeah, phase 4. It's actually kind of one of the smaller phases, honestly, because literally all we got is these two rides and here, so it's like, and we'll probably connect the little zigzag path down to here. But after we get all of this done, you can see seeing visually with the floor plan how much of the park will be done after we get these rides in. That'll be a good chunk pretty cool chunk right there though. But you can see we have plenty of space over here for Wildfire, so like we can really landscape that very well. And it will have that lake view because like that was one reason why I went with this kind of map. I wanted to be able to see like the lake in the background. So like that's a thing. I wanted it to be as close as possible, so. All right. Wildfire at Silver Dollar City. And get a little bit more here. Got some fruit juice in the cabinet. For a good 4 months, and it might be... Wait, what? Yeah, that's why I wanted to. I need to make this a little bit wider because I know the heart lining is gonna put us back in a certain spot. I need that lined up. Alright, that will line us up with that little set of brakes. Bum, bum. I like that, but we're gonna go back up a bit more here. Getting this lined up is important. A lot of trial and error that goes into this. Angles are the most important they've ever needed to be. And basically it's just kind of like drive tires. Right here, just get started. I might do custom catwalks here as well. So we might keep the catwalks off for now. I don't know the exact angle that Wildfire's chain lift is at. It's definitely not 45, but it's not like... I don't think it's 30 either. I think it's somewhere a little bit in between, so we're gonna kind of go at like 35-ish, 36. Bend into it is pretty short, so I'll do that. Alright, I think it's gonna be a little bit less, so about 33. We just need to mainly make sure we get the height right, which I think, let me get on RCDB and check the stats real quick. I know the drop is 155. But I'm looking for like the actual height. Okay, so height is 120. That's what I was... That was the number in my head, was 120. 120 foot tall lift. So we need to be at about 122 by the end of it. Gotta remember that there's the little pre-drop section too, so I gotta line up with that as well. Are we terrain relative or sea level? Sea level, let's go terrain relative here. For terrain relative, I need to see where we're at right here. It's not really showing me where we're at right here. I'm gonna assume it's around 15 feet. With math, that means we need to be at minus 15, so 100 and... Math, math, math. So, 15. We need to be at 135, roughly. That honestly is about right, yeah, because like we got to have room for that pre-drop as well. So 135. Right around there. So that should be roughly about the height that we need to be at. And looking at the floor plan, we're in a pretty good spot right now. Pretty good spot. And I think before we finish, I do want to try and do the custom audio like we did in Planet Coaster 1 with the custom lift audio. I think that'd be pretty cool. Do a little bit of a bend here, a little bit for that turn. I always thought this was more of a 90-degree turn, but it actually is beyond 90. Kind of curves a little bit more than that. And we're gonna we need to shoot for about 155 feet on the drop. Roughly. Finish Powder Keg. Powder Keg's not part of this phase, it's part of the next phase, so we're going to be doing Wildfire first. Wildfire and American Plunge is what we're working on right now. After we finish these two, then we're going to do Powder Keg. So, it is the next phase after this one. I'm building the park in phases right now, so Powder Keg's not too far behind overall, so it is coming though. Yep, so we'll be doing Powder Keg very soon. Won't be in this, will not be in this stream for sure. But we will be doing it soon. How many days you think until you make Time Traveler? Well, the direction we're going, Time Traveler is going to be one of the last ones. I, however, have made it on the channel. I've already recreated it on the channel. Without a floor plan, but the new version I'm going to build in Park is going to be with a floor plan. So it'll be a little bit more accurate than the one I built then. But I did build it on the channel already. And I actually have... and as for her, I couldn't tell you how many days it's going to take. That's kind of an unknown right there. I'm not going to be able to really answer that because I have no idea. It's going to be a lot of days because it's going to be one of the last areas that we actually work on. But when we complete Time Traveler, we'll almost have the entire park done, so... And Wildfire, I don't exactly know what angle of descent it has. I know the drop is bigger than the lift. I think it's around the 60-ish degree mark. I think I've heard around 60-ish degrees. I know it's not a very steep drop. But you can see we need to get to the Immelmann right around right there. A little nervous that the drop's gonna be a little bit too... We're actually gonna start a little early, I think, right here. Yeah, I think I've heard around 60 as as kind of like a stat that I've heard around. I think it gets to 60 a little bit faster, so we're gonna make this dip a little bit quicker because we do need to get to the ground faster. Now I'm gonna go a little beyond 60, mostly because when you smooth the ride out, when I push the smooth button, it's going to get rid of that a little bit, so. Alright, we're at 126. So if we're at 155, if the drop's 155, it needs to be, gosh, we're gonna have to be pretty far underground. Like negative 36 or some, or negative 30 something, I think. Shows we're currently at 0 though. Looking at the pictures you took at Wildfire, yeah. There's a lot of pictures of Wildfire, so if we need references, like, because it's such a photogenic ride, so. 26-degree angle. Is it really that low? No kidding. That seems really like a gentle... I didn't think it was that low. I mean, I got the height pretty much right, spot on. So I don't know if I'd change it, but... And then we gotta put in the trim brakes, because there's trim brakes on the bottom of the drop. Right, Silas? Just saying, there are trim brakes on here. According to the prints, yes. Interesting. That's crazy. Alright, who wants to go for a ride? Because we need to see about what speed we're at. This is the first time we'll see it in action, actually. Make the fake ones. I'm gonna be honest, I probably will make it fake. Why is the lift hill so fast? What's going on? I'm gonna have to adjust that. Specifically 63 degrees. B&M knows their crap. Yeah, they do. Especially late 90s, early 2000s B&M. I haven't smoothed it yet. That's the smoothing. I haven't even smoothed it. I haven't got to that part yet. I want to see the speed that we're at the bottom. looks like we're gonna be pretty close. 66 miles an hour is the top speed in the real life. We're at 63 right there. So we're not too far off. Wildfire does close at 40 degrees, so does Powder Keg. Yes, I know it's steeper than what it actually is. I am very much aware of that. But again, we're going to smooth it out and it will make sense then. Alright, we're gonna go back to sea level. Alright, so we're at negative 30, 140, so we're kind of close on the height there. Powder Keg closes at a lot of things. You're not wrong. Oh no, I want that to go backwards. I want you to be at none. Anyways, I'll smooth this out to make Jake happier. He wasn't happy of how unsmooth this was, since we hadn't even smoothed it yet. We're also going to make the target speed not 34 miles per hour on this. And the lift hill can be pretty slow too. I think Wildfire's lift hill is pretty slow. We'll actually make it match the audio, but... yeah, I got the 120 feet. Look at that, like it's literally 120 feet. That's funny. So the drop needs to be at negative 35 is where it needs to be, is about negative 35 for it to be accurate on the drop. But let's see where the speed is sitting at now. The exit is a little bit too fast too. It's got to go slower out of the station. That doesn't look too bad on the little dip. It needs to, the dip needs to be a little bit bigger, mate, possibly, but you're getting shot. What? Context, Silas. Context. Now, I want to get the layouts as precise as I can. Alright, we haven't smoothed out this turn. Don't judge it. We haven't smoothed out that turn, so don't judge it. Actually, it's not that bad for not being smoothed out yet. Open test. I need to see how fast we're going at the bottom. 65 miles an hour. We're so close. I don't know what I'm looking at, though. That was terrifying because the terrain went underground. That's why. We're not done. Hold on. We're going to fix everything. At some point, Jake. There's also no track at the end. So... trust the process. I was only looking at the speed, so... Alright, we need to go just a tiny bit lower. So I was thinking maybe we could actually just grab this and pull it down a little further. Smooth the absolute crap out of this. Like, I'm gonna go smooth strength 10. There we go. That's gonna get our angle to where we need it, because I had it at about 70 degrees, which is obviously way too much. So we need to get that degree correct as well. Go back down to 2 here for this. I wish we could see what the angle is. I think we're still a little bit too steep right now. I could be wrong. But I think we're still a little bit too steep. Just based on my... just looking at it, it still looks like it's a lot steeper than 63. There we go. That's shaping. Also gonna adjust this track just a little bit. We're gonna make it dip down a little bit further. That we need to smooth it out a tiny bit. I'm so excited, though. So I think my plan is to like go back and forth between American Plunge and Wildfire quite a bit, because those are obviously the 2 rides we'll be working on. And we can adjust where Wildfire sits once we get the pathway close to it, so... Alright, that should get us in a good spot. I'm actually going to go find that audio file, the B&M lift file, because I want to get that audio in there real quick. So I need to go to Documents, Frontier Developments, Planet Coaster 1, User Music, and find the Wildfire's lift audio. Wildfire lift, there it is. We're going to copy that into Planet Coaster 2's media, or audio. Perfect. Now we have that in there. I kind of want to go into scenery. We're going to find our speakers. These will be fun. Grab this speaker. Change track. And we're gonna refresh. Until we have Wildfire Lift. Confirm. And we're gonna go ahead and already add a trigger sequence. First trigger will be... should hit about right there. Edit. Add objects. We'll add our speaker. We're gonna add more speakers though. Probably should have went ahead and got all of them in. Go back to the trigger sequence. Add objects. We'll add every speaker here. Okay, that should be good. Confirm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So all those in there. And we can grab these. Make them a scenery group. And I'm gonna lower them down just under the track so we can select them if we need to. And let's test this out. First try. Why is it playing the audio already? We're supposed to be triggering. I don't know why it's playing. They're supposed to be triggering. Maybe because it's ambience? Maybe I didn't get this one selected. Because it's not lowered with everything else. Because it's just constantly playing over and over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8, so yeah, I didn't get it selected. That makes sense. Okay, so trigger sequence. Trigger sequence. Which one is playing? One keeps playing constantly without... Is it this one? It's this one. That one keeps playing. Is this one also playing, or is it just that one? This one is not playing. This one was playing for some reason. Alright, we're just gonna do this. We're going to create trigger sequence, go back to 1, Let's delete everything. Add objects. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Confirm. Don't hear it playing. The only thing is we need these to play longer than 2 seconds. I don't understand why I have to emphasize that. I'm gonna cheat here. Not really cheat, but I'm gonna go see how long the audio file is. And we'll go based off of that. That'll be a lot easier. It is 36 seconds long, so we need to make each one 36 seconds. 36 seconds. What just happened? 36. You'll have to take me over there every time. 36. 36. Enter. $36. 36. And 36. There. Let me hear it. Nice. Beautiful. I love just hearing the ambience of guests on the train too. I think that's beautiful. Now I'm hoping this isn't too slow or too long or whatever. We might have to adjust the lift speed to accommodate it. Oh yeah, we're going way too slow. Going way too slow. We're gonna have to speed the lift up a little bit. We'll do 1 mile an hour at a time. As well. I'm so happy though. Alright, we're gonna edit coaster, we're gonna edit the lift. Make sure it, we're gonna try 5 miles an hour. See where we're at. Custom plunge lift audio. I mean, we could. Definitely could try that. I love the custom lift though, audio. Just in general, it's so cool. Right closer. Pretty close. We might have to go up to 6. Either that or make the drive tires a little bit faster. Go to 5 miles an hour there. So we can go to 5 there. I also want to adjust the exit speed to go a tiny bit faster. It's a little bit slower than I wanted. Go 1 more mile an hour there and try that. Wait, someone posted Buzzsaw Falls is... No way. You're kidding. Is it on YouTube? Hold everything. Is that actually a thing? Is it on YouTube or somewhere else? I did not see that. Oh, I see. 11 days ago. Oh, I see it now. And it has both in the same video. Off-ride and on-ride footage, too. That's awesome that someone actually got sharing footage. That's so cool. I remember the runaway ore cart! I'm not gonna play the music, but I rode that as a kid. That's basically where... where River Blast is now, basically. That's so cool. And Buzzsaw Falls, more footage of Buzzsaw Falls. No way. It has, does it actually have the full POV? No way. That's awesome. I've never seen an actual POV of Buzzsaw Falls. Hold on. We're gonna watch this together. We gotta watch it together. Sorry, I'm moving things around. You guys ready to see a POV of Buzzsaw Falls? Like, holy crap. It's Buzzsaw Falls. The POV of it. I can't believe this is finally in our hands. Whoever posted it is our hero, though. Kudos to them for sharing it. Like, I never got to ride it either. I wasn't into rides, and I was pretty young when it closed, so, or when it was running. When it opened, I was only, oh gosh, I was only like 4 years old when it opened. No, I was 5. I was 5 years old when it opened. I was only 5 years old when this ride opened, so. It closed after the 2003 season. Look at it go. And this part's still right here is still on Powder Keg today. This is still on Powder Keg. You still ride this part of the ride. And all of this is still here too. Lift Hill. That is all still there. On Powder Keg. I can't believe we got a POV of Buzzsaw Falls. Maybe there's wildfire. So this is after 2001 when this was taken. And sploosh. Yeah, it opened in 1999. I wonder what kind of camera this is, though. Some sort of waterproof camera, for sure. So much water on the lens, though. That's basically it after the splashdown, though. It just turns back into the station. But you can see the old queue line right there, too. And this is still Powderkeg Station as well. They reused all of it. Yeah, that's literally Powderkeg Station. That's so interesting to see. Wow! Thanks for sharing that, or thanks for letting us know about that. I would have never known about it. Epic sauce. Rube Dugan's Diving Bell. That'd be an interesting one too. I don't think there was much to Rube Dugan's Diving Bell overall, but still would be really cool to see it. We're also gonna go into edit this ride sequence. I think there's like a half a second that this could be. So we're gonna, on all of these, do 36.5. $36.5. 6.5. Second blue one, 36.5. I think there's just like half a second that was missing out of there. So we're gonna put that in there. Alright, let's give it another shot. Glad I could share. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I had no idea that was posted. That's amazing to see that ride full POV like that. You could maybe recreate Buzzsaw Falls. I've always wanted to. I've kind of generally knew the layout of it, but I've never actually seen a POV or much of the ride itself, so it was kind of hard. Right now we're just trying to get the lift hill synced up with the audio perfectly. There is a lot unknown. There just wasn't a lot of footage of it. Silver Dollar City wasn't a big park back then. We're so close. We're within like a second or two. When you hear that clink, that's when the back car should be disengaging. I feel like if we speed up by 1 more mile an hour, it should be good. No, Wildfire's lift is not that fast, though. Theming-wise? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, theming. Lumber camp. I can turn the audio on the lift hill sound up too, if I need to. Got a POV of Dollywood's flooded mine. I actually think we're going a little too fast now. It's a real video I saw years ago of Silver Dollar City on YouTube that also had more footage of Buzzsaw Falls. I know there was a video, the only video I knew about it, it was like a little promotional video of some sorts, and Brad Thomas was in it, and there was some footage of the ride, and there was like a couple few seconds of the POV, but that was it. I need to see off-ride to see when the back car disengages from the lift, how close we are. See, now we're way too far ahead. I don't know how that happened, but... I mean, we sped it up by 1 mile an hour. I think we need to take it down 1 mile an hour. And then go to our trigger sequence. Push this a little bit further back. And try again. I think 5 miles an hour is the sweet spot now, though. That extra mile an hour was a little bit too much, for sure. I might still change the colors of the cars. They look a little bit too close to the coaster track. Ah, I don't want to mess up the audio by zooming out too far. Man, now it's like it ends too soon. Huh, how do we fix that? Need to find that happy spot. So we're see moving away from having lots of trees around the ride. Yes, Outlaw has like no trees around it anymore. They removed like all of them. Thunderation got a lot of its trees removed a couple of years ago. They also removed quite a bit around Powder Keg. Not as much, but... Alright, let's try that. A little bit of a later start, but I want the disengage to be pretty spot on. Yeah, they did it because they've had issues with trees falling. Nothing's ever happened, but they want to prevent it from stuff happening. That's the closest we've been so far. Oh my gosh, we're at day 5. Alright, let's take a look at the testing. I actually didn't test the speed here at the bottom. Still at 65 miles an hour. We're not at 5 Gs anymore, so that's good. They cut down 1 tree, they plant 3 more. I don't know. I know that was like the rule. Oh, at one point. It was supposed to be a rule. I don't know if they still follow it or not. got the POV up. I want to get the color right on the train. It's such a hard color to get right. It's like a copper color. But it's very metallic. Very metallic color, and these aren't very metallic color, or like, textures, so it's kind of like hard to get completely right. I got like the teal colors, right? Like those are fine. I think that's gonna be about the closest we're gonna get. Oh, we were at 66 right as it flew off. So I think we might be good on speed. Potentially. Now, I know we're pretty far off here at the moment. Don't worry, we're gonna fix that. I want to take a look at the bottom here. Alright, we need to get the shaping of this right. Each element's gonna be a fun challenge. That's for sure. know if I'm gonna be able to shape this back up or not, but we're gonna at least give it a go, give it a try. And we'll have to line us up for the loop here. I'm gonna try and shape this as best as I can. Alright. We're at 7.5 hours on the stream right now. That's crazy. I've been streaming as long as, you know, it would take to do my job as a full-time job. I would say is banking on this to kind of go a little different, maybe. Doing great, keep it up, thank you. I don't know if we'll finish the layout today, probably not. In fact, we're probably getting closer to the end. I don't know if we made this tall enough either. We're gonna have to do a speed test. Look at it both on ride and off ride. See how we're doing. What made it on Planet Coaster 2 of your channel? Nice. Did it turn out really good? Also, see how the best seat on the ride, definitely back row. Back row on one of the outside seats, for sure. To be honest, that's pretty good. Like, shaping wise, this Immelmann's kind of interesting. I think that's the best I've ever made that Wildfire's Immelmann before. I'll do back row. Looks like Powder Keg just crashed over there. And it looked like the speed was pretty solid too, so... let's do an off-ride test, see what it looks like off-ride. Mostly interested to see if I got the height right and like all that stuff. The back row on that drop is like insane. You get some incredible airtime. It's like a hyper drop, like a hyper coaster drop basically. If it's too fast, maybe we'll just put in the real trim there. Since there is a trim brake in real life there. It only triggers if needed though, I think. It's not like a every time thing as far as I know. It is not weak airtime. Silas, don't listen to Silas, like. That is not weak. Alright, let's see what our speed's looking like here. Yeah, I think it's a little fast. I think we need to make it a bit taller, but I'm so happy with how this turned out, so I'm like scared to go mess up the shape of it. I haven't had any issues messing up the shape yet. So I'm hoping the smoothing will save us. Cool thing about Planet Coaster 2 is you can usually make those adjustments without it like ruining your shaping pretty well once you get the smooth tool going. It smooths so much better than what it used to, for sure. I've learned to take a lot of what Silas says with a grain of salt. Yep. Then you're doing it right. Then you perfectly got it, Noah. Yeah, it's about time they test the sirens. They usually do it on Wednesdays. It's still a little fast. Not gonna lie. How fast does it go through the Immelmann? It does go through it fairly fast. Like, it's not like a super slow element. Like, it actually goes through it at a pretty solid speed. Like, I don't know if we got, like, exact heights for certain things all the time, but think that's a pretty good speed. I don't know what you guys think, but I think that's a pretty good speed. It's AM, J-Trains, not PM. AM. Just rediscovered this channel after 2 years. I never finished watching your park build campaign. You did on Planet Coaster 1. Is Planet Coaster 2 worth it right now, or wait still? I would say it's worth it right now. They really fixed a lot of stuff since launch. I'd say its status is better than Planet Coaster 1 at the moment. There's still a few, just a couple of minor things that they still haven't added back, like just a few small things, and mainly that being Aero Suspended Coaster. That one needs to come back. And the shop brand, the biggest thing for me is the shop brands. There are not a lot of shop brands in Planet Coaster 2 compared to Planet Coaster 1. Planet Coaster 1 has so many more shop brands. Overall, like, it's just crazy how much more Planet Coaster 1 has compared to 2. Besides that, feature-wise, pretty good. The coaster selection is really good now. Pretty good, and we're still getting more. I think when it's all said and done, Planet Coaster 2 will be way miles ahead of Planet Coaster 1. I think it already is. Well, we don't have a scenario editor. That's one other thing that Planet Coaster 1 has that 2 doesn't. Besides those few things, honestly, you know. Oh no, they're not testing them now. They're testing them on, it said 4th. March 4th. Today's the 1st. And this is where we get into this spot. Do I want to do... I think for Planet Coaster 1, I just did the endgame loop. The main reason I usually do the endgame loop is because I'm not good at making the actual one. Or I'm not good at making loops in general. I could... but the shaping always turns out weird. And even when other people do it, I still feel like the shaping turns out weird. I still might attempt it, though. I'm still going to attempt it, I think. I just want to see what this looks like with the in-game loop first. I just want to see what it looks like with the in-game one, because the in-game one I don't think's that bad. It's just trying to get the transitions in from everything, I think, is the hardest part. Awesome, I have to get back into Planet Coaster 1. Looking forward to watching more of your stuff again. Yeah, thanks for coming back. Another thing about Planet Coaster 2 is the pathing is way ahead. Planet Coaster 1's not even close. And also, the load times. Holy crap. The load times are way better on Planet Coaster 2. That's something that I don't miss about Planet Coaster 1. Alright, as for where our loop is sitting here, we're not too far off. It's a little off, but not too bad. I think Implement is between 100 and 120 feet. I don't know what this one in particular is. We're at -34 up to 83, so we're about 101 feet right now where we're at. So I'm in that range, just barely. But I am in that range. Let's see what the front bumper view is looking like. It's also turning out pretty darn smooth so far. Will it take over 5 minutes to load Wind Valley Park? You're talking about is that the challenge park in Planet Coaster 1? Because that's no, it was more than that. It was way more than that. For sure. It was like more like 11 to 12 minutes. Something crazy like that. Alright, that transition's not awful. It's not great. Oh gosh. That impact into the ground. That's pretty insane. Yeah, we might do custom catwalks. You can only do one catwalk on either side. Wildfire's got catwalks on both sides of the track in real life, so we would have to put them on both sides. And also, obviously the color's not right either, so I think it makes sense to do custom catwalks. We also have to do like the custom chain return and stuff like that. Get all that. We're going to do custom supports. We're going to do the whole thing. Right now, until we get like the pathway over here, I'm only going to do like the layout. I won't do like all the terrain. I'm not going to do any custom supports till the terrain is set, until we got the terrain exactly where we need it. Stuff like that. Yes, Silas. How can I help you? And then soon there'll be more coaster tracks somewhere around here. Who knows what color it will be. That'll be interesting to see one day. Sometime this year we'll see something. At some point. Can you officially have the rights to Time City? What do you mean, can you officially have the rights? It doesn't even really hardly exist. It's Planet Coaster 1, it's history at this point. And it's not in Planet Coaster 2, so I don't know what you want.
We're gonna have a blast on this
Powder keg.
Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg.
Is it canon? I mean, nothing's really canon anymore. All that stuff's kind of history. I don't really have an official canon anymore, really, at this point. It's so cool to see rides now. It's gonna be fun doing all the custom supports for Wildfire, too. Powder Keg's gonna be even more so. Even more so over there. Then you can have the rights to it. There's no rights. It's just there. What are you gonna do? You're not... You don't even... Are you gonna try and recreate it? Like, I don't understand what you want to do with it. What all rides the park have custom theme? I know of Fire in the Hole, Outlaw, and now Powder Keg. Yeah, there's also Time Traveler. I mean, they're all custom. They're all their own... A new Time City. Okay. I'm thinking we might go back to plunge for a little bit here. Actually, I don't need to do that. We can do this. American plunge. It's actually not that great. I want to see the lift hill. Mostly because I want to see the lift structure, and I was going to work on that a little bit. Here's a good actual shot next to the path, actually, so we might utilize this photo a little bit. Alright, let's make a... we need to make a fence. Kind of use like posts like that, and it does have an on-ride photo. Can you do on-ride photos on tracked rides? Is that even a thing? I don't think it is. I think it's only coasters. Which sucks because there is an on-ride photo for American Plunge. They should have added it on tracked rides as well. I think it would have been nice. You're gonna have a blast on this powder keg, shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. But we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. This powder keg. Look at this view. This view is gonna look so cool. I'm excited. I just gotta remember how to do stuff again. That's the thing. I mean, we could use this as the posts. I'll just probably scale it down a little bit. Make a fence like that. Make it a scenery group. Scale it down even more. Have a blast on this powder keg, shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. That's a custom fence right there. Fully custom. Custom designed for Silver Dollar City. Custom designed for mountainous terrain with its tallest point, 100 feet. Yes, the song is stuck in my head. One of my favorite things to do is actually watch Riders on American Plunge. It's actually pretty fun. Da-da-da-da-dum. His powder keg. Da-da-da-da-dum. We're about to hit the 8-hour mark for the stream, which is insane. Thank you guys for sticking around so long. For those that have stuck around. The average view duration of this live stream right now is 20 minutes and 35 seconds. That is insane. Which means that you guys haven't all just been here. Like, people are sticking around and watching. So, thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys. Okay, I just thought about, like, why don't we get the sign up for Wildfire and Plunge? I also want to figure out exactly where that bridge is. So I do kind of want to get a path set there, so I know where to start that bridge. Kind of. And how wide it is between the two rides, so. About right there is where the bridge starts. Been here near the start. Yeah, a lot of you have. Pretty incredible. Some of you have stuck around for a while. I appreciate it. In terms of coasters, do you think RMC is a top 3 manufacturer? I love RMC coasters in general, but as a company, I just feel like there's better ones out there. I don't want to say I'm knocking. I don't want to say it's a knock to them. But I feel like there's just better quality manufacturers out there. But like ride experiences, they're pretty good. I basically want to create like a little bit of a ramp here. Because it does kind of go uphill. Which makes sense, because like when we get over here, we gotta create the bridge. Yeah, Vacomo's up there and Mock's up there right now. Intamin's always up there as well. Because I love what Intamin does. They really do a lot as well. Alright, so the bridge there, and yeah, we need to go right here. Basically, I want to get my path set. And we'll connect it to those. To me, it looks like it goes right there. If I'm not mistaken. Bum, bum, bum. And then we can connect the two. We can adjust it as needed. And then next time when I'm on Park tomorrow, I might try and get some really good references of this area. But trying to get a little basis of the pathing over here, so you can kind of see where the construction's going on over here. This path goes over here, and there's a big construction fence right there also. But this will allow us to kind of get our path going here, because I'll lower it just a little bit. And we can kind of see where this ends up here. I'm gonna continue to go downwards a little bit here. This will give us a general, this will be a general idea. A little bit of a slope there, but not too much. And there's a stairway that leads down into the gift shop. Can do that. And then the stations are just way too big. I'm gonna have trouble fitting that queue line in there. I really am. Realistically speaking. Because the platform really should be about half the size, and I can't fit a lot of the queue in there because of that. One B&M, 2 Intamin, 3 RMC, according to Wiki. I mean, I could see why people would put it in the top, put them in the top 3. I can see it, but like, and then there's like a walkway down here that leads down to Pride Fancies area. That we'll also have to build as well. Pretty much this is all the path that we have to do, is this and that for this phase. The rest is queue line and such, but B&M isn't even a top 4 manufacturer anymore. Mach definitely needs to be in there. I think B&M is still up there, but they haven't made anything crazy in a while, it seems like. I mean, you got a Giga Dive Coaster coming this year, so I don't know. Well, we'll see if that ends up doing really well. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows. I just can't believe that I'm where I'm at right now. So. Just crazy. Like, you want to talk about getting some progress in? Today was that day. I think this is the most progress we've done in one day for sure. And this recreation. What do you guys think? Like, we're already full swing into over here now, so bum, 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 bum. Keep doing streams like this, we'll get it done for sure. Only problem is I'm not gonna be in the off season much longer, pretty much, and I'm gonna be full-time work again. So that's the biggest thing. When you're getting the part finished onto the workshop, I just updated the workshop with Hill Street. So Hill Street's already on there. So I just updated it. But because we're in phase 4 now, so. Ah. Yeah, it's getting close to 11 o'clock. I probably need to go to bed soon, actually, because I gotta get up early for work. Or at least somewhat early. I've been enjoying what we've been doing, though. Like, I'm pretty happy of where we're at. I'm probably gonna have to put Wildfire Station lower. So that is something we will have to do. It's gonna have to go lower. Which shouldn't affect anything on the layout and such, but that. It's actually probably gonna go even lower than that in the end. GCIs really fell, especially the new trains they use now. Yeah, the Infinity Flyers aren't that great. The Millennium Flyers are way better when it comes to like comfort and like just airtime for sure. Those were incredible. Dum-ba-dum. Does Time Traveler rank above Outlaw? In my book, no. But I know a lot of people that do have it in front of Outlaw. Because Outlaw is so rough. Even though it's not that rough. Yeah, my opinion. My humbled opinion. It's funny, it looks so detailed until you get rid of the floor plan, and then once you get rid of the floor plan, it's like, oh, we haven't done that much over here. But we have done a lot, because we have done a lot because of this. We've done the whole layout of American Plunge, so there's that. We're gonna need to get rid of those steel supports, though, at some point, because we don't need those. We build in our supports. I got a good shot. That kind of gives me a good shot of the lift, but let's see. We're gonna go and find some of the thick wood, and this uses thick wood pieces, though. Very thick. Oh my gosh. Not do anything right. Alright, we're gonna make this into a scenery group. Surely those are big enough. Anyways, Dan, I appreciate you guys for being here. You guys have been great. Our average view duration is over 21 minutes now. So, you guys, on average, viewers have been here for literally 21 minutes. That's insane. That's pretty crazy. You guys are amazing. So many fighting textures. Streams are perfect background content. Yeah, they are. Also, I don't. He's already probably left, but see ya, J Trains. So I've been have my screen up on my reference photo over the chat, so I couldn't see the chat at the moment. I'm trying to go back and forth between the two, but trying to. Bum, 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 bum. Do you think Cedar Point could get an insane GCA like Colossus at Kidia, but larger? I don't know. They have the space for it, really. Just depends on space, I would think. Bum 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 bum. Dibba dibba dim. Dibba dibba dim. Dibba dibba dim. Ba-dum dum. To replace Rougarou? Again, it just depends on spacing, I guess. You have to get creative a little bit, and I feel like wood coasters take up a lot of space a lot of time. I mean, you can make it compact, but Alright, you know what we haven't done? We haven't done like a proper walkthrough since we've gotten all the stuff done that we have. Alright, Silver Dollar City. Save. Also, not a bad time to save. The Hospitality House. It's looking pretty good. Wildfire in the distance. Cinnamon smells mixed with the asphalt and other SDC things. You need to turn those wheels off. Watch Homestead Pickers. Yeah, I missed a wall piece right there. Now you can see American Plunge. Normally I'd walk to the right down towards Fire District. Well, that doesn't exist here, unfortunately. Yeah, it's the only way we can go is Hill Street. There are some awkward bumps in the road, but that's alright. And this is the area we are now going to be working on. Go up here, go up the split bridge. And this would lead us down over by Wildfire. I think we have a proper amount of boats too, actually. At least it seems like it. Nice. But there's more to be seen. Here at the bottom of Hill Street, we got 10 type photos, we've got fried fancies, we got the skillets, powder keg crashing in the distance. We've got Chester's Kettle Chips, we got the saloon. We got Hugo's on Hill Street. We've got Powder Keg, Lake Silver Trading Company. Powder Keg's entrance sign. Entrance sign. We've got Lumber Camp. Also go back over here.
Hey, Raleigh.
That down even further. There we go. This is where we were. Now we've done a lot in the last few days. SDC homesickness. It's a real thing. I don't care who you are, I'm pretty proud of this. I think it's alright. I think we did alright. And then the fact that we're rolling right along into phase 4 here is very early on, but like we've already got we already got a foundation kind of built already. You know what I mean? It's already a little bit of a foundation started for this next area, so obviously it's not very detailed yet because we just started on it, but I'm pretty confident that it's going to look great when it's all said and done. And yeah, this is all going to be able to be in a tunnel fairly simple. Pretty easily, actually. Like, this will all be under a tunnel, except for, like, right here. This will turn around and then back into a tunnel right there. Ignore the random explosions. Exactly. Just ignore them. But zooming out, you can see that there's a lot going on. And honestly, like, the amount of progress we've made in this compared to Planet Coaster 1, I feel like we've... pace-wise, we're on such a better pace. Where are the flat rides? Did SDC have any flat rides? They do. Just not really any over on this side of the park. The first flat ride we'll actually build is gonna be the giant swing, which is an SNES swing and scream and swing. They have one of those. It's over by Outlaw Run. That's actually gonna be the first flat ride, and then once we get into the Fire District, there's a lot of flat rides there, and Grand Exposition. There's obviously a lot of flat rides there too. I forgot that I never deleted this over here. I just random guessed, like, how do I get to the park over there? These guys can't get over there. These guys are missing out on all the fun. That's sad, actually. It's gonna be tight fitting it all in. Actually, it's not. You can see that fire in the hole. This is actually the location it would be in, based on the map. This is the spot it would be in. Look all the space we still have over here. Because this would be the edge of the map right there. Outlaw Run is also over here, and we got plenty of space for it. It would come around over here near Powder Keg and do all its stuff. And then going over here by Time Traveler is probably the tightest fit, but we have all the way over here to work with, so we got plenty of space over there. So it's actually gonna fit just fine with Time to Spare. Like, yes, if you look at the floor plan here, everything fits. This is the floor plan with everything in it. Everything fits in. You can see Expo's over here, and there's still room to spare, even with Expo. But you can see the floor plan here. It's gonna fit just fine. Only thing we're not gonna fit in is like the parking lot and such, but that's fine. Yeah, very nice. I made sure, like, when I made the floor plan, I was like, I'm gonna make sure it fits in just fine. which it does, and I wanted to place it where Wildfire gets like that view. Try and get it to where Wildfire gets kind of like the view of the lake. It's not probably going to turn out the greatest, but I tried my best on that, but yeah, it's going to turn, it's going to be pretty good. You can do behind the road and fire in the hole. Yeah, I could actually put in the road over there if I really wanted to. Same with over on this side. Alright guys, I think I'm going to head off here for now. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you haven't, make sure you like the stream if you haven't already. Very important. I'm going to sign off here. And we'll see if I come back tomorrow. We'll see. I got work tomorrow, at least for a little bit, but so obviously I won't be doing an 8.5-hour stream like we did here, but I had a lot of fun, and I'm gonna see you guys in the next live stream video, whichever it may be. Hope you guys enjoy the new, the updated workshop. See if we got, see if we've passed 500 downloads yet. Just real quick, before we sign off, let's take a look at the Frontier Workshop. Am I still on the first page, or has there been more uploaded? There's been a lot of uploaded. Jeez-em. Oh, there it is. Hey, we're over 500. So people have been downloading it. That's pretty cool. So it's doing pretty good. Got a few more downloads on it. So I hope you guys enjoy the live stream again, and make sure you have a great day and cool tomorrow, guys. And I'm going to see you guys next time. Thanks, and goodbye. Bye.